Shows how little you know politics.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left, or you go right. You can go forward, but never ever back.
I want to hear your thoughts.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic
I want to hear your thoughts.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left, or you go right. You can go forward, but never ever back. Yeah. Woke up. I ain't gonna wake up. Beautiful day. I ain't feeling your side. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? KCE. King Chaka.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. The views and events expressed here are totally whacked and are not necessarily the views of anyone. ¿Cómo estás? Bien. ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? I think we can. And remember, don't take my word for it. Look that mess up. How y'all feel? Name of the show today is People Over Profits. I don't know if I used this title before because I talk about this kind of thing so freaking much. I try not to recycle titles, but you know, it's been well over 2 years now, and I try to do a new title for every show, even though I used to do titles where I actually had the content that I was trying to cover for that show, but the titles got long, and then I was under stress sometimes making sure that I covered all the stuff that was in the title, and it was just stressful. And also sometimes it would turn off some of the viewers. Certain people maybe don't want to tune into the show because of whatever topic I say that I'm going to cover or whatever. But y'all know this stuff is off the cuff and random, just like I like it, just like me. So it's hard for me to know. I always know what I'm going to cover for the most part. But what all I'm going to get to is always a question, you know. And then sometimes it goes sideways. We look up stuff on the fly. Sometimes new information or new stuff pops up, and then I want to go with that. And anyways, I do it like this for a reason. Anywho, how y'all feeling? Let's start with some Democracy Now! Their headline show, and go from there.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy's dismissed lawmakers for an extended weekend after a handful of Republican hardliners rebelled and blocked an $886 billion Pentagon spending bill. McCarthy blamed members of his caucus for wanting to burn the whole place down, he said. Their defection makes it increasingly likely the federal government will shut down October 1st when funding for federal agencies expires. On Thursday, Democratic
McCarthy's got to be like the weakest majority leader I've seen in a number of years. Like, this guy, instead of like guiding the party or whatever, it's like his, the party is guiding him or whatever. Like, he doesn't really show very much leadership skills. He's so weak in his position, it's kind of crazy, And, the thing is, we're going to get into it later, but there's a government shutdown looming again. Like, here we go again. Seems like this happens every year now.
Congressmember Ilhan Omar blasted Republicans for demanding massive cuts to social programs.
Now they launch some of the most radical cuts to healthcare, to housing assistance, to food assistance, to the postal office, and nearly every program under the sun, all while doing nothing to rein in our nearly $1 trillion Pentagon budget, or the trillions they have handed out to millionaires and billionaires through the Trump tax cuts.
And all the money that's sent to Ukraine. But we gotta cut all of the social programs because we don't have enough money, and we're gonna shut down the government because we can't seem to budget properly.
Meanwhile, the Pentagon says it'll exempt its Ukraine operations from any government shutdown to allow it to continue training soldiers and shipping arms to Kyiv. We'll have more on the congressional budget fight later in the broadcast with California Congressmember Ro Khanna. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky arrived in Canada after wrapping up a visit to Washington, D.C., where he met Thursday with U.S. lawmakers, military leaders, and President Joe Biden. During a speech at the National Archives, Zelensky thanked the U.S. for the $113 billion in aid to Ukraine approved by Congress, saying the money's helping to prevent a wider war in Europe.
This guy is like a celebrity. He's taking trips around the world. Meanwhile, his guys are out there in the trenches and dying left and right. And then, he goes to Canada. He gets handouts from the United States. He gets handouts from other countries. He comes around the United States. It's like this guy, like I say, it's like this guy's a celebrity who's on a fundraising tour. Like, I don't know, maybe it's more like a politician who's getting campaign donations. Like, I don't like this guy.
If we fall, half of Europe would again be in danger of being in Moscow's sphere of influence. But American investment in Ukrainian security and global protection of freedom is working 100%, every cent.
Meanwhile, Poland's prime minister says he will no longer send new arms to Ukraine and will instead focus on arming Poland with modern weaponry. The move comes amidst a trade dispute that's seen Poland ban imports of Ukrainian grain and other food products. In a historic victory for indigenous communities, Brazil's Supreme Court has blocked efforts led by agribusiness-backed lawmakers to enforce a time limit for making claims to ancestral territory. The case argued indigenous groups were only entitled to land that they physically occupied when the 1988 Brazilian Constitution was signed. Many indigenous communities were expelled from their ancestral territory over the course of decades, including during the military dictatorship. 9 of the 11 justices sided with indigenous people who gathered outside the Supreme Court in Brasilia Thursday in an emotional celebration following news of the ruling. Many wept with joy, others danced.
We're getting emotional. We're happy and we cry because we know that it's only with demarcated territory, with protected indigenous territory, that we'll be able to stop climate change from happening and preserve our biome. We are responsible for it.
In Guatemala, demonstrations have continued nationwide in support of progressive President-elect Bernardo Arévalo and his Semilla political party as prosecutors seek to derail the results of August's runoff election and prevent Arévalo from taking office in January. Protesters are demanding the resignation of corrupt prosecutors backed by Guatemala's right-wing business and political elite, who've launched several investigations against Arévalo and Semilla over alleged election fraud and irregularities in the party's registration registration. International observers have said there's no evidence backing these claims. Arevalo rallied supporters outside the Supreme Court in Guatemala City earlier this week.
Citizenship is exercised not only every 4 years when the vote is cast, but also when the institutions ask us to mobilize to defend democracy. And today, we're here in an act of defense of democracy.
On Tuesday, thousands of indigenous leaders took to the streets of Guatemala, blocking major highways. In New York, Brazilian President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva warned in his UN General Assembly address about the prospect of a coup unfolding in Guatemala.
In Guatemala, there is a risk of a coup, which would impede the inauguration of the winner of democratic elections.
In immigration news, the Biden administration announced Wednesday it's granting work permits and temporary protection from deportation to nearly 500,000 Venezuelans. Migrants from Venezuela who are already in the U.S. as of July 31st can apply for temporary protected status. The relief will last for 18 months and comes after a massive push led by immigration rights activists demanding work authorization for the tens of thousands of migrants who've arrived at the U.S. in recent months. In related news, a 3-year-old migrant child has died after being swept away by the current of the Rio Grande along the Texas border with Mexico. Texas officials also recovered another migrant presumed to have died after drowning in the river. Both bodies were found near the border buoys installed by Republican Texas Governor Greg Abbott to block migrants from crossing into the U.S. Earlier this month, a federal judge ordered Abbott to remove his dangerous floating border barrier. The ruling was temporarily paused after Texas filed an appeal. India has suspended visas for Canadian nationals after Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau Monday claimed the Indian government was involved in the June assassination of a Sikh community leader and a Canadian citizen, Hardeep Singh Nijjar, in British Columbia. India rejected the claim and accused Canada of harboring Sikh separatist terrorists. Both countries have expelled diplomats. The AP is reporting Canada's claim is based on surveillance of Indian diplomats in Canada and intelligence provided by an unnamed ally from the Five Eyes Intelligence Sharing Alliance, which includes the US, UK, Australia, and New Zealand.
This story is really interesting, you know. This guy was killed in Canada, and he's a Sikh leader. And Trudeau is saying that India is the one that was behind it, you know. And if you do have another country sending like assassins to kill, this guy had I think he was a Canadian citizen, I want to say. If you know, you have other countries coming and assassinating people on your land, I can see that being an issue. But if Trudeau is going to say that, then he really needs to have evidence to back that up to truly show that India is behind it. I don't know that he actually does, because I've been looking at this for a little while and it doesn't seem like, you know, that they can really prove that. You know, they could just be saying that. But on the other side, like India has been getting like Modi, he just went to the White House recently or whatever. Like this guy is like, he's supposed to be so cool, like humanitarian or whatever the hell. And it's like, it's absolutely not true. You know, but United States is friendly with people who aren't very like upstanding when it comes to like humanitarian issues, I would say, you know, and this guy is no, you know, exception to that. I think that a lot of people just don't really understand a lot of this that's going on that's related to this stuff. They just go by what the headlines are saying or whatever. You know, ask someone that's from India and ask them what they think about this or whatever, or go look at the news that's coming straight out of India, even though they have like, they're pretty damn strict. Like they'll turn off the internet and, you know, they don't, independent media, journalism is dying around the world, I would say. You know, you have these totalitarian regimes that completely control the media and what stories that actually get out, you know. But that's the reason why independent media is the way to go, because you could probably get better information from like TikTok or Instagram or freaking YouTube, even just from some regular person who's like looking at it themselves instead of from like the major media sources. We're going to come back to this story.
Billionaire media tycoon Rupert Murdoch announced Thursday he's stepping down as chair of News Corp and Fox Corp and will put his son Lachlan Murdoch in charge. Murdoch's vast media holdings include the right-wing TV network Fox News, which has been plagued by a series of scandals around sexual harassment, as well as reporting lies, including around Trump's loss in the 2020 election. We'll have more on Rupert Murdoch's media empire after headlines. In France, police released journalist Ariane Lavilleux Thursday, 2 days after her home was raided and she was arrested over her reporting. Writing for the website Disclose, Lavilleux reported on a leak that said French intelligence was used by Egyptian forces to target smugglers along the Libya-Egypt border, resulting in the killing of civilians. The reporting says French forces were complicit in at least 19 bombings against smugglers between 2016 and 18. She also wrote about various arms trades in Egypt, Libya, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Russia. Amnesty International chief Agnès Callamard said, quote, "It is deeply chilling that almost 2 years after the revelations that France was allegedly complicit in extrajudicial executions of hundreds of people in Egypt, it's the journalists who expose these atrocities that's being targeted rather than those responsible," she said. On Thursday,
it seems like that's what happens over and over and over again. You know that you are ruled by criminals when people who do criminal acts are not persecuted, and the person who brings out the information about the criminal acts are the ones being persecuted, and they call them whistleblowers or whatever. You know, it's so crazy. How did we get here? You know, this person did something illegal and horrible or whatever against the law, and they talk about who snitched. That's what it's all about. It's like, who snitched, get that person, hang that person or whatever. Just letting the people know what the hell happened is more of a crime than actually doing a crime. That's how you know you're ruled by criminals.
Thursday, Lavilleux spoke at a news conference at the Paris office of Reporters Without Borders shortly after her release. She deplored the lack of political support for her case and called on parliamentarians to investigate abuses by French intelligence services.
If all these people remain silent, it is very disquieting for our democracy. If those in power do not ask questions, democracy dies in darkness. As the famous slogan goes, this is a very political, essentially democratic matter.
In Louisiana, a new lawsuit accuses officers in a street crimes unit of the Baton Rouge Police Department of unlawfully arresting people and torturing them in an unmarked warehouse dubbed the Brave Cave. Turnell Brown, a 47-year-old grandmother, says she was arrested at a traffic stop in June after officers falsely told her it was illegal to store her prescription medications in a single bottle. Rather than being processed at the local jail, Brown alleges she was taken to the warehouse where she was stripped naked and subjected to invasive body cavity searches. She was released without charge about 2 hours later. This is the second federal lawsuit against the Baton Rouge police. In another suit, 21-year-old Jeremy Lee, who is Black, alleges officers strip searched him in public before bringing him to the warehouse where he was brutally beaten by officers who turned off their body cameras. Former Trump.
That's really crazy, and that's why, like, these people who back the blue, no matter who looking people, sounding like the Democrats, but I'm talking about the police officers. But it's like somebody who hasn't even done a crime, they subjected to this stuff like body, cavity searches and so forth. They take them to off-site places to freaking interrogate them or whatever. And then they end up just releasing them. Talking about a violation, man. Like, crazy how, like, they say you're innocent until proven guilty. Well, they don't act like that when they're doing stuff like that. And then they just let you go afterwards. It's crazy, man.
White House aide Cassidy Hutchinson has accused Rudy Giuliani of groping her on January 6, 2021, shortly before the Capitol insurrection. In her new book, Enough, Hutchinson described Giuliani slipping his hand, quote, under my blazer, then my skirt, unquote, while they were backstage at Trump's speech. A Giuliani spokesperson denied the claim. Meanwhile, the lawyer who'd been leading Giuliani's defense in his litany of legal challenges sued Giuliani for $1.3 million in unpaid fees he owes his law firm. This comes as Georgia election workers Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss said in a court filing Thursday, Giuliani has failed to comply with a federal judge's order to turn over evidence and pay $89,000 in legal fees as part of their defamation case. And in labor news,
I think that the media really loves covering these like sexual assault charges. Like they're like outraged or whatever about what happened or whatever, but secretly they're fetishizing over like what happened or whatever. It's like, give me the grisly details of what happened or whatever. It's like, I'm just doing an investigation. But meanwhile, it seems like they're enjoying this stuff. Like it's like they're getting off to it. It's pretty sick.
The United Auto Workers Union says it's escalating its stand-up strike against the big three U.S. automakers today unless significant progress is made at the bargaining table. UAW President Shawn Fain will announce the auto plants that will join workers on the picket line at GM, Ford, and Stellantis. Amid soaring profits and CEO compensation, workers are demanding better wages, an end to tiered pay, cost of living adjustments, a return to defined benefit pensions, and a 32-hour work week. Separately, UAW workers in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, have launched a strike at their plant, which produces parts for Mercedes-Benz.
Wages because of inflation right now. The wages that we have is not meeting our needs, and plus the benefit package they offering us is too high. We can't afford it.
You know, this UAW strike, I think, is the biggest news story of the week, of the month, maybe of the year or whatever. Like, this is a big deal. We're going to come back to this story because this, like I said, this is a big story. They they retaliated and laid off a number of workers. I don't want to say exactly which company it was who did it because I don't want to say the wrong thing, but one of the companies laid off a bunch of employees and closed down a plant. Like that was their retaliation to this strike. You know, damn it, I forgot what I was gonna say. And the strike is escalating too. Like they mentioned it a little bit here, but it's like they're gonna strike at a couple more plants. They're adding to the strike now, and it's like they're kind of focusing on GM and Stellantis because it's looking like Ford is being they're willing to play ball with the strikers, but the other two companies are doubling down, so they're going to announce more striking at those two companies, and they're going to give Ford a bit of a break as far as what I can see so far, but we're going to come back to this.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!
Anywho, let me make sure y'all can hear me right now. I'm having a little bit of anxiety. Can y'all hear me? 1 second. One second, y'all. The sound is weird too. Anyways, we're just gonna keep it moving. I need to get some people in here so I can have less anxiety, because whenever I'm talking to someone, then I know that I'm being heard, if you will, because my earphones, I can still hear myself even if it's not being broadcasted, and it's hard for me to know if you guys can hear me. I don't have any indications that if I'm broadcasting or not. It's really kind of stressful. So this was in New York.
Police say a 1-year-old boy died and 3 others were sickened after suspected fentanyl poisoning while in her care.
Were there opioids in your daycare center?
Gray Mendez, the daycare owner, along with Carlisto Acevedo Brito, face a number of charges, including murder and manslaughter, and the death of 1-year-old Nicholas Dominici, whose distraught father says he just started at the daycare last week. According to court documents, the 2 suspects were running a drug operation from their Bronx apartment. Police in protective suits searching the home Friday night, where they say they found a kilogram of fentanyl along with a kilo press in the closet inside the daycare, another inside Brito's bedroom. A New York City daycare owner and her cousin charged with.
Wow, man, this is a scary ass story. And they said they went to daycare and they found like a trap door that had more drugs in it and stuff. Shady, 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 shady. You know, our society is crazy too. Like, we need these damn daycare centers. Like, we have to have them. Like, parents, you know, we have to go to work or whatever. We need somebody to watch our kids. And then it's like, how can you trust anybody? And this makes you really, really second, you know, think again and again about where you're going to put your kid or who's going to watch your kid. You drop your kid off to daycare and then they pass away from a fentanyl overdose. Like, oh my God, you're talking about a freaking nightmare right there. You at work trying to make money or whatever. You want to make sure your kid is in a safe place or whatever. Like, oh my God, you can't even trust, you know, where can you leave your kid? They make you not want to go to work, you know, like if you don't have another parent, you know, and the way the economy is, like, both parents have to work, like, you know, but then daycare costs so much. Sometimes it's just more cost effective for one of the parents to just stay at home and take care of the kids. At least you know that your kid is safe, you know. But then now you got to worry about paying your bills and you only have one income. And then for the households that only have one parent, single parent households, they don't even have that option. You know, we have to go to work. We don't have no choice. So making sure our kids are safe with someone is, and then we have to pay on top of all of that, like,
attempt to save their lives.
Police say it all started when a 2-year-old in Mendez's care went home, where he was lethargic and unresponsive, and then rushed to a hospital where he was revived using Narcan. Well, 2 hours later, police rushed to the daycare after a 911 call about a group of unresponsive children.
Narcan was administered to all 3 of these children in an attempt to save their lives.
Police say it all started when a 2-year-old in Mendez's care went home, where he was lethargic and unresponsive, and then rushed.
How does it happen, you know? Maybe they thought it was some candy or something. How did the kids get access to the drugs, you know? What the hell was going on? Where was the teacher or whoever's supposed to be watching the kid? Where were they at, you know? How does something like this happen?
Says to you over your loss, Mr. Feliz. Could you tell us what this past couple of days have been like for you?
It's pretty hard for us. It's a really hard moment. This is not supposed to happen because it's a safe place for the kids. It's a place to they learn, so they be safe, so they have a good day when the parents working or doing something important for the family, and it's not supposed to happen.
Our condolences to you over your loss, Mr. Feliz. Could you tell us what this?
He's like, this is not supposed to happen, you know. Man, this is a nightmare right here. This is scary as hell. Like, I'm glad my kids are bigger now. They're not in daycare. It was a nightmare taking the kid to from babysitter to daycare to after school care to freaking 24-hour daycares. That was my life for a while, you know. My daughter's mom passed away. I didn't have no help and I had to work, and that's what it was. And you know, I spent a whole bunch of money on a daycare that I was taking my daughter to. It was kids are kids, and they had like glass walls, and then they had like the surveillance cameras that you could pull up on your phone and actually look at your kid while you're at work and stuff like that. Like, but it cost a lot to be able to have those securities or whatever, those reassurances to make you feel more comfortable that your kid is okay, you know. Just a regular daycare costs a lot, but if you want it to be clean a safe environment, something that you feel, and they have surveillance and all of this, the app on your phone and all that, you're about to come out of pocket, man. It's like a whole nother bill. It's like paying a mortgage. Seriously. Terrible, terrible system that we have related to that stuff. Let me see. We got comments. It says the father of Nicholas Dominici, the 1-year-old who passed away after exposure of fentanyl at daycare, has spoken out. He revealed that his son had only been attending the daycare for a week. The daycare owner and her cousin have been arrested and charged with murder. Authorities say the suspects were running a drug operation. The daycare just opened in January of this year and passed its most recent inspection this September. Really, really sad. So I guess the daycare was like a front, a cover for their drug operation. And shady. And then it's like, okay, so what it says, they're getting charged with murder, which is what you would want to be charged. But, the kid is gone, like that's not going to help this guy make his life any better. Like, kid is gone. Let's read some comments. It says, no words, because I'd be in jail for lying. Another comment says, yep, it's crazy out here. Another comment says, they watch too much Power. It says, damn, so sad, praying, OMG, my heart. Get the effing mic out of the man's face. Who the F you think the last few days have been for him? Terrible. Yeah, that's the thing about the media. Like, they just want to get clicks. Like, yeah, man, they don't care about how this dude really feels, Like, this thing just happened, and, like, he's probably got emotions going through him like crazy. They're shoving mics in his face so they can get clicks. Another comment says, imagine picking up your child from daycare after probably being so afraid to even take them to daycare, but you have to work, so you have no choice. Jesus be with this family. Another comment says, how intrusive is this? My God, let the man process what just happened to his child. Another comment says, ain't no way y'all can get that mic the F up out of my face. Yeah, I mean, he's being really soft and kind and friendly to them, because I don't know that I would. I know that I wouldn't. I absolutely wouldn't be nice, and I wouldn't be trying to talk to anyone, and I would be like, get the hell out of my face. I'm not trying to be a celebrity or whatever. Like, y'all move around, go ask somebody else some questions. Another one, it says, saying that's why I don't do daycare is the equivalent of blaming the parents. Just like people send their kids to school every day with hopes, prayers, and expectations for the adults to provide safety and care for their children, this is tragic. The parents need support and prayers for mental strength and legal justice. Yeah, man, they always love to place the blame. It's like, oh, I wouldn't have put my kid in that daycare anyways. Or what kind of shady daycare you got your kid going to or whatever. It's like, man, these people are going through it. They got to pay their bills. They got to make tough decisions all the time, and choosing this daycare, for whatever reason, they chose this daycare. You can't blame the parents and be hard on them. Like, everybody don't have a perfect ass situation where they have both parents or, someone that they can really trust to watch their kids. It just shows how shady how our society is kind of falling apart. It used to be that the family took care of the kids and took care of the old folks. Now we put the old folks in the old folks home. And we take the kids to daycare. The family unit is breaking up, and that's the cause of this situation. We don't have family. We don't have a cohesive family. The society wants everybody to have a separate house. Like, it's certain parameters that you're supposed to do. Like, everybody is paying bills at different homes. It's only two people, per household, and all of this kind of stuff. And then they look down on you if you're doing it any other kind of way, where, you can have a household where the uncle lives there, grandma, grandpa lives there, The grandkids live there. You know, we're splitting the bills. Somebody is always home to make sure that the kids are good. You know, somebody is looking after grandma and grandpa, you know, or grandma and grandpa is looking after the kids, you know. It's like, it's just another way to make money, you know. They break everything up, they bust up the household, and then it's just, they commodify the household by making us pay all of these different bills instead of having a cohesive family unit to cover this stuff. I don't know, man. Call me crazy. Brazil's largest neighborhood. Houses on top of houses there. The suburban look to it, where you have winding streets and cul-de-sacs spread out. Anyways, I would dramatically change the way we structure society if I had any say. And all of these cars, the way we build things spread out, you know, all of these streets, you know, the way we do these houses in these suburban neighborhoods, the way we commute to work, you know, I would change all of that stuff. You know, hey, I'm just little old me. Let's cover this one right here. Where you guys at? It says, man charged in 2 cold case murders after DNA links him to crime scenes. Gary Dion Davis has been arrested for the murders of Pearl Davis, who was killed in 1996, and Christina King, whose body was found behind an abandoned building on Christmas Day in 1998, according to Wyandotte County District Attorney. After committing the crimes, the suspect went on with his normal life like nothing happened, the Kansas City police chief said. The chief added that it's possible Davis has killed others. Wow, just looking at the picture, the dude looks like I guess you can't judge people by the way they look, but the look in his eyes is kind of scary. A couple comments that says, no way, these his only 2. Another comment that says, I bet he thought he was never going to get caught. I'm glad he got caught. Another comment says, better late than never. Good job in giving justice. How did it take them so many years to run the DNA? You know, I think that they don't really have economic incentives to solve a lot of these murders. Like, solving murders don't really make money, you know. And then, you know, the way our police system is set up is really just set up to protect property, you know. That's what they care about, you know, capital, property, you know. So the machine jumps into gear to protect property, but when it comes to someone dying, it's like, how are we gonna make money off of that? Like, I just saw this thing, they got a new documentary coming out about the Tupac case and the Tupac Shakur case that never been solved. So obviously there's a killer who's been walking around all this time, never got caught, you know. Big, huge, famous, high-profile case, and that just shows you that they don't really care. I mean, how is it possible that, you know, super famous person, high-profile case, and it's a murder, everybody knows about it. The internet does its own investigations on this stuff. There's information floating around all over the place, but they haven't never charged nobody. Nobody's ever got caught for it. Still to this day. Whatever it is, they're still walking around. A couple comments. It says, homie looks like a Whoppers candy. Another comment says, give him the same treatment he did to his victims. Their lives matter. Another one says, finally got him. Now go back, check every missing person, every unsolved murder since 1990s. Another comment says, 2 women, 2 years apart, and he just stopped. Yeah, so the chick was killed in 1996, and another one 1998, And here it is, 2023, and they just now catching this guy. I guess better late than never, like the comment said. So I guess that's all we can say on that. The thing is, when they don't catch these people, when they don't persecute or, you know, get these people off the streets, then you know that they're out there still committing crimes. You know, that's the whole thing about, I was talking about how, you know, innocent people going to jail, innocent people getting the death penalty and stuff like that. You know, there's two crimes being committed. You know, the guys getting killed for a crime he didn't commit, and who's ever did the crime is still out there, probably committing more crimes, killing more people. Sometimes they don't really care. Like, it's just, especially when it's a high profile case, they just need answers. They need a body. They need, like, to place blame so that they can get the pressure off of them. So it's a lot of pressure on these law enforcement to make an arrest, whether it's the person who did it or not. And then the case just kind of goes away. The news story kind of goes away, and people just kind of calm down. Meanwhile, the real killer is still out there.
In southern India are rushing to manage an outbreak of the deadly Nipah virus. 2 people have died. Hundreds are being tested as potential contacts. Salima Shivji is in Mumbai with the details.
Officials are on alert and taking precautions in the southern Indian state of Kerala because of this Nipah virus outbreak, particularly in the Kozhikode district. Some schools are closed, banks as well as government offices. Shops are shuttered and the streets are a bit empty. People are a little nervous, and not just because of the loss to business, says this shopkeeper. After COVID, now we have this new virus and everything is shut again, he says. The Nipah virus spread through contact with fluids of infected bats, pigs, or people is rare, but has had previous outbreaks do paint a scary picture. During the first one 5 years ago, 21 out of 23 infected people died because of the Nipah virus. Now, authorities say that in this case, they are taking every precaution possible. Kerala's health minister says all of the close contacts of those infected are being tracked and they are in isolation. At least 700 people have been confirmed and identified as people who have had some sort of contact with either the victims or those who are infected, and they are being tested for this virus. Police are monitoring vehicles at checkpoints, and the state has set up containment zones in the district where the infection.
Authorities in southern India.
Another thing to be scared of. Conundrum posted this. She says, if you have business in India, pay attention. It says, there's no vaccine or cure for Nipah infection, so treatment is usually limited to easing the symptoms: fever, headache, cough, sore throat, and vomiting in those suffering from the disease. Not only is the disease easily spread, but the incubation period can last up to 45 days. So people carrying the Nipah virus have no symptoms and feel healthy, even as they spread the infection to others. In severe cases, patients can experience disorientation, seizures, coma, or brain swelling, encephalitis, according to the Centers of Disease Control and Prevention. In fact, some people who have survived a Nipah infection have long-term neurological symptoms such as seizures, convulsions, and erratic personality changes. It's carried by fruit bats who sit in the top of trees. Dr. Joanne McDonald, Associate Professor of Molecular Engineering at the University of Sunshine Coast in Australia, told The Guardian, they can urinate and contaminate fruit, and when people eat that, they get the virus and then they get sick. 21 of 23, that's 98% fatality rate. If you have businesses or products in India, pay attention. There's been an outbreak of the deadly Nipah virus in Kerala, India. 5 people have caught the virus, 2 of whom have died. Health officials have closed schools and offices in Kerala, and hundreds of residents are being tested. So up here it says 21 of 23, that's a 98% fatality rate. And then it said 5 people were infected and 2 of them died. So that's not 98%. It's another thing that scared the shit out of people. Like, I don't know, man. Let's look at this a little bit because I hadn't seen this before. This popped up on my screen and it caught my attention. That's why I was sharing it. but I've never heard of this before. Let's look at this a little bit. Whose article is this? Doesn't even say. Fast Company. Is that the name of it? Fast Company is the name of the website. Who wrote the article? It doesn't say here. 9/21/23. Nipah virus outbreaks. What to know about the deadly disease spread by bats. So then I guess if you're not in a community where there's bats peeing on your fruit, I guess you don't have anything to worry about. But then they said people spread it once they get infected by it. So it says the NIV virus, which is currently spreading in Kerala in southern India, can be fatal in a significant proportion of cases. Okay, by Michael Grothius. A new viral outbreak is spreading in the state of Kerala in southern India. It's called the Nipah virus, and its existence wasn't even known about until 1999. Nipah is spread by pigs and bats, the latter of which are coming into closer contact with humans due to climate change. Here's what you need to know about Nipah virus outbreak. What is the Nipah virus? It is a virus carried by fruit bats, also known as flying foxes, according to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. The Nipah virus, abbreviated NIV, was first detected in 1998 and identified in 1999. It's a zoonotic disease, which means it is capable of being spread from animals to humans. I don't know. That little part kind of jumps out to me because we're talking about, and I want to be careful how I talk about this, but diseases that spread from animals to humans. It says, what are the symptoms of Nipah virus infection? Those infected with Nipah virus may not have had any symptoms for between 4 and 14 days after the infection. Initial symptoms include fever, headache, cough, sore throat, difficulty breathing, and vomiting. However, the initial symptoms can be hard to diagnose as Nipah virus infection. Severe symptoms can follow, including seizures, disorientation, drowsiness, confusion, coma, and encephalitis, swelling of the brain. Is the Nipah virus infection dangerous? Yes, very. The CDC says the death may occur in between 40 to 75% of cases. Long-term survivors have persistent convulsions and personality changes. Is there a vaccine for the Nipah virus? No. Unfortunately, there's not even any treatment available, though some immunotherapies are currently being tested. For those who are infected with Nipah virus, doctors' only treatment options include supportive care to help lessen symptoms. Yeah. Let's read a little bit more. Where's the Nipah virus right now? Since the return of the century, outbreaks have been primarily reported in southern Asia, the Indo-Pacific, and Australia, but the most recent outbreak in Kerala, India. 2 people have already died because of Nipah virus infection, reports Matthew Bloomley. And then they're saying this, like, only 2 people have died, not to make it seem like it's not a big deal that people have died. I don't want to sound like that, but the way that they're talking, like, they're making this really scary. But so far, only 2 people have died. It says, how do bats spread the Nipah virus to humans? Nipah virus is spread from bats and pigs to humans through direct contact or contact with their bodily fluids. If you come in contact with an infected bat or pig's blood, urine, or saliva, you can contract Nipah virus. For example, if a bat's saliva remains on a piece of fruit it had licked, and a person later eats that food, they can contract the Nipah virus. Well, shoot, don't eat any ate-on fruit. I mean, that's pretty simple. It says, how does climate change play a role in the Nipah virus outbreak? As the climate alters, animal habitats and migratory patterns are disrupted. The food supply may also be disrupted as well. These changes mean animals like bats may come in closer contact with humans by searching for food in populated areas like villages and cities instead of their natural habitats. The closer infected animals come to us, the more likely they will spread their disease to us. It says, could the Nipah virus outbreak become a COVID-level pandemic? Right now, that's unlikely. However, future pandemics are increasingly possible the closer animals with zoonotic diseases move towards human habitation centers due to climate change. Yeah, so you see what they're doing here. They're trying to scare you. Only 2 people have died. They ask, could this be COVID level pandemic? Well, we don't know, and then it's like, it's another disease like that comes from animals to human. I guess if you're doing some research to try to figure out how to make some disease easier for humans to get that comes from animals, then I guess it could become. Let me stop before freaking YouTube freaking demonetize my platform like they did Russell Brand. But hey, I don't make any money off of this, so it's not like. Anyways, I don't make any money off of this, so they can't demonetize me. They can delete my channel, but it won't change my income. We're gonna come back and talk about Russell Brand too, because that's the other big story that happened this week. This one, it says, last time there was a government shutdown, 800,000 Americans were furloughed or worked without pay, but enjoy your weekend. It says, Congress is officially heading home for the weekend after House GOP hardliners once again tanked plans to fund the government by the October 1st deadline. And it seems they're so nonchalant about like this whole thing, like people can't pay their bills, all the government workers won't get paid, it really is an issue, like they just use it as a bargaining chip, And what really makes me angry about this topic is like they seem to have so much money to give to other countries, to give to the military industrial complex, but they can't seem to cover, social programs. They can't seem to agree on the budget in time so that the freaking government doesn't default and go into. The Shaven posted this. It says, "Oop, President Joe Biden said check his stats." Another comment says, "But enjoy your weekend, petty, petty, petty." Another one that says, "But enjoy your weekend." A black person definitely wrote that tweet. It says, Kamala snatched his phone and wrote this. I know she did. Y'all can hear me, right? Can y'all hear me? Okay. It says the fake crime wave narrative you see on news and social media outlets is racist and being pushed by police publicists, and it's attempting to push back against the strike wave happening in the U.S. and the move to the left by the working class. 30 years ago, crime was 2 times what it is now. It says 30 years ago, crime was 2 times what it is now. So don't let the freaking TV and the media, they focus on these crimes, the few stuff that's going on, and make it seem bigger than it is. It says 30 years ago, crime was 2 times what it is now. And I was covering this in the other show, like, there's a chart that shows the overall crime going down over time. But the media is telling you different. It's just not true. You look at the data, it's just not true. It says, it can feel like there's more crime because not only do we have news outlets being lobbied to report it, but there are pages on IG, TikTok, and Twitter dedicated to pushing this story, often calling themselves culture-based and being pushed to you by the Musk Zuckerberg algorithms. It says 2 sites like that in the Bay Area are the IG pages Oakland State of Mind and the Bay Area State of Mind. From what I hear, there are a bunch like this in every area in the U.S. It's like can't nobody tell you anything different if every news story or everything that's going down your timeline is another crime committed. This happened over here. This happened over there. This carjacking, shooting, somebody was killed, murder. And you just keep on seeing that over and over and over again. And then your mind automatically makes the conclusion that there's more crime. There's so much crime happening, But then when you walk out of your house, you walk out of your apartment, or you go to your grocery store, or you go to work or whatever, throughout your day, and you don't come across anything happening, any crime happening. You don't see anything happening. You don't know anyone who has been involved in anything other than like some petty type of thing where somebody steals something out of your car or something, or you lose your purse or your wallet, or maybe even someone leaving out of the grocery store with some groceries or something like that. But like, think about your life and think about what you see yourself. Have you seen a lot of crime personally, not what you see going down your timeline? It says, in Oakland State of Mind comments, a few types of folks. 1, cop who identify themselves. 2, right-wingers from all over. 3, fake accounts with people claiming to be black from Oakland who advocate for more cops, but robots with fake pics. 4, folks that want to know what's going on in their area. One of the bots I caught on Oakland State of Mind with a fake identity that was easily Googleable, they shut his account down right then. So I guess he's showing the evidence of that happening. I'm not going to read that. It says, Oakland State of Mind and Bay Area State of Mind claim to me that they sell shirts to sustain themselves posting this crime wave stuff. But I've never seen even one person wearing one of the many thousands of shirts I take to support the 2 adults running Oakland State of Mind. I told him, in light of that, it'd be worth knowing who was exactly buying these shirts. They didn't have an answer for me. State of Mind, but them as a model for all the sites around the country that operate in this way. Here's a graph on crime in the U.S. with data that the World Bank collects and uses. So this looks a lot like this is probably the same chart that I showed when I covered this in the show. I can't barely read this. Annual percent of change at the bottom with the red and the green, and then it has per 100K population. And overall graph swinging down, a little up dip there, continuing to swing down, and then recent times is swinging up a bit, but it's still lower than where it was at the beginning of the chart from 1990. This is the same chart I want to say that I covered in the show. I wonder if these people be watching my show and copying what I do. Anyways, caption, it says, the NYPD and LAPD spends tons of millions a year on PR in order to manipulate public perception of crime. Crime reporting is extremely biased and geared toward fear-mongering. It also disconnected from crime rates. How often the news covered crime has nothing to do with crime. So basically, just because the news covers crime a lot and every other story is a crime news story does not mean that the crime rates are high or whatever. And then you have these jurisdictions that want to justify their existence. So, they have incentive to make it look like there's a lot of crime so that they can, justify their budgets, justify how many officers they have and how much money they're spending on the thing. I saw a story about this guy. It was a small little community, and the dude was hiring cops from other jurisdictions that got fired or whatever, and into this small town. And they had like 20 police officers or something like that. And the population of the town was like a couple hundred or something like that. And it was like, they didn't need all of those police, and that's how it goes. Like, you got a little small town, hardly any crime happening at all, but you got a huge budget for the, more than half. And a lot of these cities, it's like that. More than half of their budget, or at least half of their budget, goes to policing. It's crazy. It's just like another big fat cat. It's just another, way to make money. It's kind of like the military budget. It's like, the biggest checks go in that direction. Let's read a comment that says, thanks for posting this. Lots of people aren't aware of the propaganda and slant. Another comment that says, not just the US, we have a Toronto state of mind that's the same nonsense. Must be a franchise, LOL. Another one that says, I've noticed this on Facebook and IG. 3 pages, one about Seattle and 2 on Portland, upload reel after reel of videos depicting the 2 cities as rolling cesspools of crime and degeneracy. Just freaking evil and disgusting places, with comment sections full to bursting of people giving hair-raising testimonies about what they see and experience on the streets all day, every day, and that it's all bullshit. Things happen, of course, but no more than in your rural town. Another one comment that says, the internet was low-key a mistake. There's a woman in Denver who drives around filming houseless people just trying to survive or find a safe place to walk, etc. Her comment section are filled with dudes saying they wish they could poop them all, shoot them all. I've tried to get her account down, but it says no violation, even though she's clearly violating people's privacy and technically numerous traffic laws. The attitude that people have for homeless is like, it's heartbreaking for me. Another comment says, we have street people of Los Angeles, and that's effing vile. Another comment says, Citizen App is also giving the public too much info they previously didn't have, so it feels like more crime, but also the right wing always frames one crime equals unacceptable amount, which flies in the face of deregulated capitalism that features no social safety nets. You simply cannot have both. You either use capitalism and deal with the poverty, corruption, and crime it creates, or you use capitalism more like how Adam Smith wanted, which features massive amounts of social safety nets so no poverty exists at all ever. And I love this comment because this is what it is. Like, we talk about the crime and it's like, oh, these people are just horrible, and it's these democratic grand cities, and it's just cesspool, and it's just horrible and whatever. But then you don't talk about poverty, and it's like, if people weren't in poverty, if people weren't starving, then do you think that that would have an impact on the amount of crime? Like, how much of the crime is just petty crime, stuff having to do with petty theft, drug offenses, and it's all part of like being desperate. You're desperate, you don't have anywhere to live, you don't have anything to eat, and you use drugs and you do petty crimes to get by every day, So, but if we did spend money on social programs, which they're trying to slash left and right, do we not think that that would have an impact on the amount of crime that we have? Most of the crime is not violent crime. Most of the people that are in jail behind some kind of drug offenses or something, like traffic shit, bullshit. Another comment, it says, my question is there more crime committed by cops, specifically violence and murder? Because that sure seems like it. I don't know for a fact, but it seems like it. Also, is there now more crime committed by politicians or CEOs? Sure seems like it. The numbers are smallish, but the crimes seem extra big. Yeah, man, right. I saw this story about this. It's a it's a restaurant, and they had more than one location, and they were robbing people of their wages, like literally stealing their wages, and like the media doesn't cover these kind of stories as much because it doesn't follow that narrative of, the crime is being committed by these thugs in these democratic cities or whatever, how much crime is happening on Wall Street? How much crime is happening as a result, like the pharmaceutical industrial complex, like Big Pharma, the Sackler family, how much crime is being committed by these people? Like, but the news stories aren't covering that. They're covering some homeless person who stole a steak out of the grocery store. What up, dude? How you feeling, man?
Shit, pretty good. How about yourself?
I can't complain. Let me read a couple more comments. It says, I live in Kansas City, and I can confirm that there is more crime happening right now. In the town surrounding the city is a huge uptick in car burglary and drive-by shootings. So one person's testimony of, it's a huge crime like going around. Like, I can't trust this person's like point of view. Like, they look around, and just because it was somebody's car got stolen out of their apartment complex or whatever, or now there's a huge uptick in crime and whatever. Another comment that says, always go to the comments. If they aren't vibing, stop following. Another comment that says, meanwhile, LAPD headquarters is so full of crap that when my daughter called them because she was assaulted, it took over 2 hours for them to show up. And while they were taking the info, they ran off to a more important call, told her they'd be back shortly, and never came back. Fast forward to a month and a half later, because she lives out of state, it took multiple phone calls complaining to the district command to get the report actually done. But when we asked for a copy of the report, 2 weeks later, she waited for it to be sent. She was told it would take upwards of 28 weeks to get it after she pays the requested amount of 42 billions of dollars given to this agency. Can you charge it? Put it on the charger too, please. Anyways, distractions. So, Deuce, what do you think? You think I played a chart in one of the other shows that showed the overall crime going down since the early 1990s. But the media is telling us that we have this crime epidemic happening, this over-the-top, ridiculous crime wave that's happening in the United States. And then every other news story is something about some crime happening, But what I'm saying is, like, mostly it's not. It's like the media has to have something to show to get clicks. Like, just saying, "Oh, the neighborhood is quiet and nothing has happened and everybody's happy," then they don't have a news story. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that I'm pretty sure they have that propaganda within the news outlets, but I feel like they're doing exactly what they're supposed to. They're basically programming people to think the way that people think. That's their job. That's that's their main job. And I think because of that, they're gonna forever be around.
Yeah.
Even if they go off the air and they go strictly to internet, they're gonna forever be around because you know the big people that owns them, and the government backs them, especially you know uh, they're trying to push these different agendas out there. So I feel like a lot of it is propaganda, dude. It's they do the media, the news media do a lot of race baiting. They do a lot of like what you were saying, saying that the crime is bad in this area, that area. It's just they're programming people already. So when something happened, immediately you call the cops, and and instead of trying to handle this civilized, we're gonna call the cops, and because these people don't deserve for you to just have a conversation with them, you know.
And it's like, we pretty much live in a police state, and it constantly has to justify its existence. Like, it constantly has to give us a reason why things have to be the way that they are. It's like that show Cops. It's like one of the longest running shows on TV, and it's like, what the hell? Was like so many people actually watching that show? Was it actually getting a lot of ratings to justify it, to be playing so long, or was it on for other reasons? Like, you got the show making the cops look good all the time, whatever. They're fighting crime, they're protecting people, whatever. They're showing all of these news stories of, you know, the police
I
helping
think
people
that's
and
what
stuff.
law. I think that's what Law and Order is for. That was probably one of the longest run, and it's still it's still on the air. They've got new episodes of Law and Order now. You know,
And it
they've
makes
even done a spinoff, so it
uh,
makes paints a good picture of the cops, and
right. It makes them
you
the
know,
hero. You know, they're the hero in every story is the police officers. Which I'm not trying to take nothing away from police officers. We do need police officers, and police officers can be heroes in situations. It's just that it doesn't show the full story. It doesn't show all the other stuff that's going on. The I think that a lot of times the police officers they don't it's so little crime they don't have anything to do, and they just kind of hanging out looking for something to get into, like they're not showing that side. They're not showing the side of like, when police officers are the criminals and the ones that are doing shady stuff,
yeah,
you're not going to see that in Law and Order. You're not going to see that on the show Cops.
yeah, yeah. It's crazy, man, but that's pretty much what they're putting out there. That's the idea and how they want people to think. You know, they're doing their job because you got a lot of people that stand by everything ABC 13 News in Houston says.
So let's do this one. It says Google Maps sued for negligence by family of a man who died after driving off collapsed bridge. And man, oh man, I tell you what, I do not trust Google Maps. I've had issues with it in the past. I use it all the time, don't get me wrong, but I don't trust it. You know, that's why when people send me addresses, I like them to send me the zip code, and they're like, I'm being over the top and I'm being extra or whatever. But don't just send me the street address, with the street number and the street name. I need that zip code with it because one time I went to, I was following the GPS and following the address and it didn't have a zip code, and I ended up on the whole other ass side of town, you know, and it was a the building wasn't even there. It was an empty ass lot that I ended up driving to. Things be wrong and they don't be updated or whatever. Like, so this one it says Google Maps sued for negligence by family of a man who died after driving off collapsed bridge. Google has been sued for negligence by the family of North Carolina man who died after he drove his car off of a collapsed bridge while using Google Maps. The family of Philip Paxson, who drowned in September 2022, claimed Google was notified that the bridge fell but didn't update its navigation system. According to the lawsuit, the 47-year-old father of two was driving home from his daughter's birthday party in an unfamiliar area when the navigation system directed him to drive over the fallen bridge in Hickory, North Carolina. It had collapsed 9 years ago. Paxson then plunged approximately 20 feet into Stone Creek. The lawsuit also alleged that the state police who found his body said there were no warning signs or barriers to notify drivers of collapsed bridge, per the North Carolina State Patrol. The bridge was not being looked after by anyone in the state, and the company that built the bridge had been dissolved. So, like, this is a freaking unfortunate series of events that happened. Like, you can't completely blame Google because, you know, the state didn't have up anything to show that the bridge was collapsed, and it just shows a lot of things that's wrong. Like, I guess it was privately owned, and then nobody cared enough to freaking, you know, it's like it's not my problem, it's not my property or whatever, you know. They kick the can down the road or whatever. It leads to this guy dying. But like I say, you can't blindly follow freaking Google Maps. They'll send you through. I saw this one where they was trying to send the person down a street, but it was too narrow for cars to fit through, and the car got stuck in this alleyway or whatever. Like, eh, you know. But then too, like it said that the bridge collapsed 9 years ago. So 9 years passed, and Google Maps didn't update its system. What do you think
That's
about this
crazy.
story?
That's crazy. That's crazy, man. I don't really know what to say, on this one. I mean, I know for me, I don't really follow Google Maps. I just kind of, look at it, if you will, to show me the distance that I have, you know. But
So you
I
don't
don't
use
really
any
use it.
navigation systems?
Yeah, I mean, I have a truck GPS that's made by Garmin, but like I say, when it comes to Google Maps, I don't really use it because like I'm in a semi truck and I haul extremely hazardous products, and Google Maps is not their intended purpose is not for us. And being in a semi truck, it has no truck route and it does not route me. You know, like my Garmin GPS will take me to the hazardous material approved routes around like major cities and stuff.
Okay.
But then also too, man, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to sound insensitive when I say this, but it's like, you know, you should have some kind of whereabouts of where you going. If you're gonna be out here driving, I mean, I don't know. The bridge was collapsed. I'm sure that there were signs up saying that that bridge was out. You can't tell me they didn't have not one roadway sign that stated bridge out up ahead or road closed. Follow detour.
Well, it said
But
it didn't have any lights or cones or nothing there. I mean, and I agree with you too. Like, I'm not gonna blindly follow no. I'm always with my eyes open. Like, I'm not gonna freaking drive off of a collapsed bridge. That's not something that's gonna happen with me because I don't trust. I have trust issues off top.
yeah,
So I'm
yeah,
gonna be like looking and trying to see like, okay, the damn bridge is not there. Like, but people blindly follow institutions. People blindly follow fucking authority, and then and that's what the problem is. I think that people are dumber, man. I think and it's because we trust these institutions, and it's because people don't want to think. They lazily move about their world, and blindly follow these institutions, and then that's what's gonna get you. It's like
yeah,
you find out that these people really don't care at all, you know. So why would you listen to them? Let
yeah.
me finish reading this. It says the lawsuit contained an email from a resident who, in September 2020, used Google Maps, suggesting an edit feature to notify Google that it was attempting to take drivers over the collapsed bridge, per the Associated Press. The resident reportedly received a confirmation from Google via email that said the suggested change was under review. According to the lawsuit, no further action was taken. Our girls asked how and why their daddy died, and I'm at loss for words. They can understand because as an adult, I still can't understand how those responsible for the GPS direction and the bridge could have acted with so little regard for human life, wife Alicia Paxson said. Google spokesperson Jose Castaneda spoke to the Associated Press saying, we have the deepest sympathies for the Paxson family. Our goal is to provide accurate routing information and maps, and we are reviewing this lawsuit. you know. And the thing is, the lawsuits are always the freaking answer for everything. It's like, oh, well, I'm just gonna get paid, but then it's like, all right, so like you get paid or your family get paid or whatever, but what about the damn thing with the bridge? Did anybody go back and put up cones or whatever, or anything to freaking help keep from this happening again? It's like nobody cares about the next person or whatever, or fixing the problem or whatever. They just want to get paid. Let's read a comment. It says, a 9-year collapsed bridge sounds more like negligence on the state's part. So the thing is, though, about these bridges, a lot of people don't understand that they tend to be privately owned. It doesn't mean that the state, county, or city owned that bridge or had anything related to that bridge, you know?
But my thing is, man, I get it. A life is lost. This wife has to explain to her daughters as to what happened to their father and this and that. But people immediately want to say, the negligence of life. And it's like there is a clause in Google. If you read a lot of people don't read the terms and the terms and agreements, you know, on that platforms. A lot of times they just check the box, you know, accept that they have actually read it. And it's like, you know, me being a professional driver, you know, and I go and I deal, you know, take safety courses and things of this nature. They, even with me having a truck routing GPS, bro, they tell me to never 100% rely on that. You know, you have to, you know, if I get out there and ultimately I go down the road and I hit a bridge, but I say my GPS took me there, nigga, guess what? That's my fault because
Yeah.
I'm the driver,
Right.
you know. Uh, that's
You
what
got
it
to have
boils.
some personal accountability, you know.
Yeah,
Stop trying
yeah,
to put the blame on somebody else. It's
yeah.
negligent on your part too to not look up and see that the damn bridge is not there.
Yep. But you know, I mean, hey, it sounds real good, and you know, at this point in time, she's lost her husband, and I get it. The kids are probably dealing with it. She's having to deal with that, raising two kids by herself. Her husband's gone, and you know, hey, you know, I guess you know, hey, you know, she got to live. She got to raise these kids, and you know, so I mean, at this point, Google is the bigger fish in this deal, so they're
Yeah,
gonna settle out of court. They're gonna settle it out of court. They, you know,
Google is way too big and way too powerful. That shit needs to be busted up. Let's read
yeah.
this. It says, religion is excellent stuff for keeping common people quiet. Religion is what keeps the poor from murdering the rich. That, what do you think about that? So this is apparently a Napoleon Bonaparte quote. It says, religion is excellent stuff for keeping common people quiet. Religion is what keeps the poor from murdering the rich.
Uh, I mean, I can see. Excuse me. I can see what they mean by that and what they're saying. I mean, because yeah, you know, most Christian folks are, you know, well, you know how I don't want to. I know what that, but yeah, I mean that could be true because I think at the end of the day, people need something to hold on to. You know, uh, that makes them feel good about whatever it is that they're doing. So yeah, I mean, I can see that.
Let me read a comment. It says, Karl Marx later more accurately described it as an opiate of the people. Not a Marxist, but that cannot be argued with because it's true. So, like, religion is like a drug. It pacifies people, you know, and they just accept things as the way that they are instead of fighting against the system or fighting for change or whatever. They're just like, you know, Jesus take the wheel, or I'm gonna look for mine in the afterlife. I'll be rewarded in the afterlife instead of looking for justice in this one. Meanwhile,
Yeah,
the bad guys tend to you know get what they want, and the good guys suffer because they're
yeah.
like, go
I
ahead.
don't think. No, I was just saying, yeah, that's true because I honestly think you think about the extremely wealthy people, the extremely rich people in this country or in the world. At the end of the day, they may put God in the things that they say or this that, but this that and the third. But at the end of the day, bro, they really they lean heavily on their money. So they really I don't think they care as much. And but they don't want you to kill them. You know,
And read a
if that
couple.
makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. Then read a couple comments. It says, and the French are still in Africa, colonizers. Another one, it says, interesting statement, but I don't agree. It's the rich who are murdering the poor. Another comment says, whoa, now that makes sense, mind blown. Another one, it says, religion is the opiate of the people, Karl Marx. I already said that. Another one, it says, I tend to think it's love that prevents us from murdering anyone, not the fear of being punished or caught. It's troubling to me realizing this must not be how everyone else thinks. What will it take to get a place where we just choose to love and the right thing to do without fear of consequences? I like this comment right here. Um, you don't really need religion if people would just be nice to each other, you know? They feel like they want to do the right thing. It's like the only reason why I'm going to do the right thing is because I want to get a reward for heaven or whatever. I want to get the reward that I'm righteous or saying that I'm better than other people, you know? It's like you're an asshole if you need religion to tell you to not be shitty to other people. You
Yeah,
know,
but
like she's
that's what I was saying. That people need something to hang on to make them feel better about their bullshit, and that's where religion comes in. You know.
Yep. So she said, prevents us from murdering anyone. She says, I tend to think that it's love that prevents us from murdering anyone. It's like, I don't want to hurt other people, you know, I don't want to hurt anybody. Like, it doesn't have anything to do with religion or even me going to jail. Like, that's where it's like punitive measures or whatever is supposed to be the deterrent to keep people from committing crimes or whatever. And it's like, if we built a society where, you know, where we taught kids about manners and stuff like that, taught people to care about one another, then it wouldn't be like you need to create these systems where you have to punish somebody for doing these things instead of having them like they don't want to do it just because it's the right thing to do to not kill someone, you know?
Yep. Yep.
Damn, I had a thought, but I lost it. Let's move on. This one, it says, what's in the House GOP latest funding bills? An 80% cut in grants to schools in low-income area, up to 70% cut in the fruit and veggie benefits for the WIC food program, a $665 million cut to an EPA safe drinking water access program. It says this is cruelty at this point. So they're talking about the GOP latest funding bills. And this is what we're talking about related to the government shutdown that could possibly be looming. You know, they want these cuts in these social programs. They you know, and for the budget. It says this has been the GOP's plan all along. Pass massive tax cuts for the rich, claim the cuts will pay for themselves, dismissing concerns about the deficit, use the massive hole they've blown in the budget to justify deep cuts to programs that millions rely on. So this is what happens all the time, over and over again. So they're talking about no new taxes, and they do these massive tax cuts for the rich, and then how they pay for them is by cutting social programs. It's crazy.
Yep.
It says, remember, one of the biggest deficit drivers for the past 20 years are GOP tax cuts for the wealthy and corporations. The issue isn't programs that help millions of Americans, it's the giveaways to the rich. And that's where they pointed out, they're like, oh, we don't have money for Social Security, or we don't have money for WIC or food stamps. And it's like, well, the parents just gonna buy cigarettes and alcohol anyways. So we don't want to pay for these kids to have free lunch and all of this stuff, you know? So, but then it's like, you just did all of these tax cuts, and that's the reason why you don't have the money. But then it's like, no, the reason why we don't have the money is because of all of these social programs. It's just like a dog chasing his tail. Let me read this. It says, once again, MAGA Republicans in the Congress are threatening a government shutdown unless they can pass their extreme agenda. They simultaneously want to slash taxes for the rich and corporations while using the budget appropriations process to cut funding for programs that millions of people rely on. It's the same story every time. We can't let them get away with it. Same thing over and over again. Real quick, do this one. It says, bodies of 2 immigrants, including a 3-year-old boy, found in the Rio Grande. Texas state officials this week recovered the bodies of 2 migrants, including a 3-year-old child, who are believed to have drowned while attempting to cross the U.S. southern border, where illegal crossings have soared to near record levels in recent days. So like Doc was making the point that, some of these structures that they put in there is to deter people from going into these certain areas because it's dangerous for them to drown. So this is right around the area where they have those buoys. So you had people that were trying to cross the border and they ended up drowning. It's sad. Let's read a couple comments. It says, I feel for these people. No one should have to live like this. Another one, it says, my heart is broken. Freedom shouldn't be this expensive. Another one, it says, close the border. It's an invasion. Another one, it says, impeach Biden and Mayor Cass. Another comment, it says, another failure by Biden and his fellow Democrats. Pathetic. So you're going to put it on Biden about these people drowning and crossing the river? I guess. Another one that says seeking an asylum is not illegal. So this part is what I'll be focusing on a lot too, that people want to not talk about. It's like seeking asylum is what a lot of these people are doing, and they're calling it, illegal migration or whatever. People trying to cross the border illegally, trying to just invade the country or whatever. But there's laws in the books about asylum, but they don't speak about it in this way. When you're seeking asylum, it's because like you're facing persecution or something in your home country. You could die or whatever as a result of you staying where you were or whatever. And it's legal for you to seek asylum, but then they say that they're breaking the law to basically seek asylum, and then the way the system is set up with all of the bureaucracy and red tape, it leads people to do things illegal, because once they get on the land, then they have to treat them in a certain way, a different way. Anyways, this topic is keeps going forever. Comment, it says, illegals, not migrants. CBS can't even get a simple heading right. Well, illegals, not migrants. How do you distinguish between migrants and illegals? So what migrant is legal? Let me read another one. It says, this is just horrible, so sad. May they rest in peace, and my God bless their souls. Condolences to their family and friends. They were just seeking a better way of life. Comment, it says, close the border. Another one, it says, so pro-life, huh? Another one, it says, only looking for a better life, but they get greeted like criminals in this country when Native Americans and Mexicans were here first. Sad, so sad. One more, it says, and you can thank Biden for all this illegals coming here. Would have never happened under the Trump administration. Really? Like when Trump was the president, there wasn't nobody coming across the border. There wasn't no migrants. There wasn't no people seeking asylum during the Trump administration. Seriously. That topic takes my breath away. Check out this story right here. So this is really horrible. I don't know if you heard about it, but it was like the guy was riding his bike, and these kids, I think they stole the car, and he just cold-blooded drove over this guy and killed him. And this has went viral because it's so freaking super horrible. So it says photos and videos, and I'm glad they don't have, because the video is floating around. I've seen it, and I wasn't gonna share that on the show. So, but this one is just showing the picture, because the video is terrible. So, but anyways, this says photos and video of teens charged with hitting and killing cyclists released. Jesus Ayala, 17, and Jameer Key, 16, were arrested last month when they recorded themselves striking Andreas Hobrist, 64, who had been riding his bicycle on a neighborhood street, according to the Las Vegas Review-Journal. A judge ruled Wednesday that the teens will face their charges as adults. The two mothers, who both remained unnamed, took different directions when questioned about their son's disturbing actions. I don't know why he did this, Ayala's mother told Kayles. I don't know if God can forgive this. The 17-year-old was allegedly driving the Hyundai Elantra on August 14th when they came upon Probus. The other mother, my son's side of the story will be told, the truth, not the inaccuracies the media will try to portray. Key's mother told the outlet via text message. The two face charges of murder with a deadly weapon, battery, and attempted murder. Chief Deputy District Attorney Michael Watson said at both teens' court hearing Wednesday, according to the Review Journal. So I guess these are the pictures of the guys who was driving the car, and one of them was riding. And that's the picture of the guy who died right there. Really, really terrible. Like, they didn't care at all. Like, they didn't have no freaking feelings related to this guy. Let me see if I can find the news clip for this. Had you heard about this story?
No, I haven't.
Let me see. Is this clip worth the crap? I really hope they don't play the damn video. They were in there just laughing. They were just like having fun or whatever, and they did it completely on purpose.
Accused of intentionally running over and killing a retired police chief appeared in a Las Vegas court today.
See, that's the video. I don't want to play that.
Keys will be tried as adults. They will face charges, including murder, for the death of retired Bell Police Chief Andy Probst. Ayala was taken into custody the day of the crime spree and referenced the hit and run while speaking to an officer. In fact, he was recorded on body cam footage saying he would only get a slap on the wrist and a sentence of 30 days for the crime. Keys was arrested last Tuesday for another crime that was also recorded and shared on social media. Both teenagers expected back in court next week.
You know, so they
Two Las Vegas
they recorded it themselves, and that's part of the reason why they probably got caught. And it's like, you know, these kids, man, they do stuff for clout. It's like the internet, and it's like, you know, doing horrible stuff and posting it on internet for likes and shares and like notoriety and fame and shit. Like, our society, the internet, like, people who do horrible things get like recognition. Like, they get like, it's like we put this stuff on a pedestal. I'm trying to find the right words, but it's like the horrible stuff. It's like the music that's coming out, like songs about booty holes and stuff like that. Like, it's this ratchetness that is getting promoted, and it's like that's what these kids support, and this is what they I can't even find the words for this, man. I can't even find the words. I run over some guy for no reason at all, and I post it on social media because it's gonna make me famous. Yeah. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Terrible stuff, man. Well, how did we get here? You know, it's like the degeneration. It's like our society is devolving. Some comments, it says, well, I see one of the mothers is definitely an issue. Another comment says, of course, the one mother is going to try to blame the media, the police, the car manufacturer, white supremacy, his dad, Donald Trump, the 76 stylistics, the 95 Dallas Cowboys, the tilt of the earth on its axis, everything except the boy's poor decision making and any semblance of accountability on her part, as we know which mother that is. So yeah, man, our society is so against personal accountability. We're always trying to blame somebody else instead of like, you know, I fucked up, I did something wrong, I was wrong, I messed up, it was me. Like, It's so hard for people to say those words. Another comment says, what other side of the story can he possibly have? We have to find this young kids accountable for what they did. Another comment says, the black mother must have forgotten that her son was driving earlier, then he himself hit someone riding a bike. But they saw that guy get up and thought it would be okay for Jesus to get behind the wheel and try it, only to run over the innocent bike rider, killing him. I'm sure they didn't set out to kill anyone, but those are possibilities when doing stupid things like hitting someone with a vehicle and thinking it's funny. I like to see her face when she hears all of the details of her son's part that he played in all of this. He's so innocent. Why didn't he call for help for the poor man when he noticed him not getting up? Think about it, Mama. Another one says, the side that the media is trying to portray, those boys had their own media, and we can hear the intentions of both of them. It says, these children today truly scare me. No guidance, no self-awareness, just lost. They do scare me. These kids are wily, like they don't care about nothing. And the kids are the future. It's like the future is hopeless. Oh, that's what I wanted to say earlier, because we were talking about something and I was thinking about, there was a report that showed that in the United States, the kids, like they're not taught to have like compassion for others. Like, I can't remember, I don't want to say it wrong, but it's like different in other countries. They did like a survey and it showed like the United States scored at the bottom related to children, you know, like having politeness and having like respectful to others. It's like I was saying, man, this country breeds sociopaths. Let's do this one. It says the bourgeoisie do not require you to like capitalism, but they do require you to think there is no alternative. This is why they tell a mountain of lies about socialism. So yeah, they always be like, well, there's no other way. Capitalism is the only way. But then you're like, well, what about socialism? Oh, you damn commie, get out of here. We don't want to have no communist country. We don't want to. And it's like, well, what about it seems like they have socialism for the rich and like rugged capitalism for the poor. It's like, no, that's not what it is. And it's like, well, there's no pure capitalist society and there's no pure socialism either, really. Like, there's always a mix between the two. We don't have a pure capitalist society, or otherwise we wouldn't have any social programs. So then it's like, well, maybe that's what it is. They're trying to get to the point where we don't have any social programs. They want to have it to be pure capitalism, Well, then we wouldn't have any public education. We wouldn't have no public transit systems. You also wouldn't have these subsidies that you give these big corporations either. It says the most important task of the capitalist is to mystify and distort communism. Because if the mass of people knew that communism meant more time with loved ones, more time basking in the sun, or more time cooking delicious, healthy meals, then the capitalist will be up against the wall. It says late capitalism makes for a really dangerous time, and I wish it was obvious that billionaires directing your anger at wokeness or queer folks or unions are your enemy, trying to get you to look the other way while they take your money, but it isn't, so we need to say it. And that's all we getting in the news. Woke this, Biden that, LGBT this, the unions are terrible, instead of looking at the reality of the situations that we all have to face, and that's why I like the UAW strike being in the news, because it points to exactly what the hell's going on, the real struggle between the owner class and the worker class, you know, and how people are getting exploited, and the whole wealth, the whole profits that's being generated by the capital is made by the workers, you know. And if they could just use the capital to make money, then and they didn't need workers, then why would they, you know, they don't need to hire anybody. They could just do it on their own, you know. But they do. They need the workers, but they want to act like they don't. I can't play this. It says, as the global epicenter of capitalism, the U.S. represents the largest predatory project the human race has ever seen. Born from the genocide and enslavement of millions, it has since devastated the world, destroyed the planet, stolen everything, and even impoverished its own population. Decolonization must be about land and economic sovereignty, or it's hardly decolonization at all. Can we play this? They won't let me play this. It says you can't decolonize the mind until you first decolonize the material conditions. Let's read this. It says, there's a clear alternative to capitalism, communism. We don't need 500 different variants with personally branded names. We don't need some mysterious third option. We've always got it's communism, a classless, stateless, moneyless society. There have been more experiments with communism from the Soviet Union to Cuba to China to much more smaller scale examples of utopian communities outlined in the Christian Godsey excellent book, Everyday Utopia. Many of these experiments made serious mistakes, and they also have many successes. It's no easy feat to experiment with communism when we live in a violent sea of capital reaction, of counter-revolution, of internalized capitalism. We can celebrate the achievements of existing communism, learn from its mistakes, and continue building towards the better world that we know as possible. Welcome to our main page. Deep dives into topics like police abolition, worker cooperatives, indigenous resistance movements, UBI, and much more, as well as in our conversation series with folks like Richard Wolff, Sarah J. Read some comments. It says, I don't think like communism is the way out, to be honest, as a lot of the writings from the last century simply didn't have access to the science on humanity that we do right now. I'd personally aim for a completely new way, something like degrowth and donut economics. We can do better than both. Communism's application had major flaws, and if we're serious about a future, we can't pretend communism is better than capitalism just because it's the most popular alternative. A lot of the old writings are very presumptuous about how people work, just the trend of the time. And criticizing capitalism effectively in the first step, we need to offer something tangible that's better.
Yeah.
Yeah, you wanted to make comments?
No, I was just listening to what that comment you were reading, what they were saying about communism or communism and capitalism is what they were talking about, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I don't know. What other way? I mean, this capitalism thing, it's got us all fucked. So much so, like the shit with the inflation rates, man. Like, this is fucking ridiculous on us, bro. But I mean, what other, I hate to sound silly, like what else could they do besides going totally communist? Because I kind of feel like that's the direction the U.S. wants to try to go into.
Well, capitalism doesn't have to be so predatory, you know. They could be fair with the workers. They could pay people fair wages, enough to live, you know. Stuff like that. That's real easy fixes. You could also have stronger social programs, a social net to make sure nobody falls on their ass or falls on their face and ends up homeless living under a bridge. You know, stuff like that. Those are easy fixes.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
We
I
shouldn't
got you.
we shouldn't have any homeless in this rich ass country that we live in. There should be no one homeless. No one. Not one.
Yeah.
We could do that. There should be nobody hungry. There should be no one starving.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and I know that they can do something better than what they what they have been or what they're currently doing in this current state, man. Cause it's crazy, bro. Shit.
They
Like,
want homeless people. They want people struggling. That's what the UAW guy was talking about. You know, they want these people struggling because that's how they can manipulate the workers and control them and feed them trash. You know, like give them horrible wages because you got the example of the homeless people out there, and it's like it's a threat. It's a real threat. Homelessness is a threat to all of us. Like if you don't do what your boss says, if you make sure that you stay in good light with them, or you can end up out there, you know, really going through it. You know, that's what it is. Homelessness is a threat, and them cutting social programs is a threat. You know, it's like, okay, well, if you don't do what I tell you and come to work and work 80 hours a week and get paid trash, then you ain't gonna have no food stamps. You're not gonna have nowhere to live. You're not gonna be able to pay your rent. You're gonna be starving and living under a bridge.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And it's crazy.
Um,
You find that shit so crazy how, the government and their policies is put in place to protect us as citizens, as workers from, corporate, but now it seems like the tables have turned. It seems like everybody that's in Washington or that's on any government or in any branches of the government, dude, it's like they're all bought and they're going against us just like the corporations. It's crazy.
um, Let me do some because on the page, the UAW strike clips I put up was getting a lot of attention, and people are making comments, and it's getting a lot of views. The clips I made about the strike, we talked about it pretty heavily. Let me I want to play some of them, and then we can look at some of the comments too, right quick. Hold on 1 second. Let me share this. Boom, boom. This video got over 2K views. Let me play it. Uh-oh, what happened? Am I sharing? What's happening?
Yeah, it looked like it's trying to load up though.
Why is it doing this?
Directly to the 2009 financial crisis and
Okay.
what UAW agreed to give back because the company said they would go bankrupt.
Sure. So there were a number of concessions that the workers agreed.
Directly to the 2009 financial crisis
Okay.
and what UAW agreed to give back because the company said they would go bankrupt.
So the damn it, why does it keep doing that? So the strike, they're saying that the strike is directly related to the 2009 crisis. So
Directly to
the auto industry was going to go out of business. The big automakers were going to go out of business. So they asked the workers to give up some stuff so that the company can stay going. But then fast forward to now, and the companies have been making record profits, And the stuff they asked them to give up, they still haven't given back to them.
Yeah.
Man, what the hell is going on? Why come I can't see the comments? Oh, it's probably because I'm looking at the wrong one. Hold on, y'all. Okay, hold on. Let me share this one. I wish I had another screen so I could do this. That's why I'm supposed to have two computers when I'm doing this. Let me play this one. Damn it. What the fuck? Why does it do that? Oh.
A fireman makes mid 50,000. This is 4 or 5 times, 6 times what they make. There's no way we can be sustainable as a company. That's why we put our proposal in 2 weeks ago to say, look, you want us to choose bankruptcy? A fireman makes mid 50,000. This is 4 or 5 times, 6 times what they make. There's no way we can be sustainable as a company. That's why we put our proposal in 2 weeks ago to say, look, you want us to choose bankruptcy?
So this is Ford CEO saying, do you want us to choose bankruptcy because of the UAW, the stuff that they're asking for? He's saying, you know, if we give this to y'all, it's going to cause bankruptcy. You know what I'm talking about, right? The UAW strike, the United Auto Workers.
Yeah.
Okay. So a couple of comments that came on this one. And this one got over 2K views. It says, misinformed and miseducated workers buy this all the time. In reality, the CEO makes millions of dollars, almost $17,000 an hour. Imagine that. These are comments that people made.
That's because the CEO, he's not willing to give up his salary, and you know.
Yeah, exactly. He, you know, that's that's where they could pay the employees for sure without it hurting the company at all. Is the executives making a little bit less? Like it wouldn't even be that much difference. Like I want to say this guy made $29 million last year.
Yeah.
And he's got people on his assembly line making $17 an hour. So that's what they're saying, because they said that the CEO pay increased 40% over the past, I don't know, 4 years or whatever it was. And so the United Auto Workers are saying, well, shit, your CEO's pay increased 40%, then we want a 40% increase in pay. And they're like, no, we can't do that, or we'll go out of business.
Ford can do that shit, bro. Dude, Ford is probably the #1 selling truck and car probably in all of America right now. They can afford to do it.
So I think so too. One of the comments, it says, it's their company. He took the risk. He keeps the money, the most money. So that's, you know, that's one of those arguments that you hear all the time. And it sounds pretty fair, you know, because that's the whole capitalist argument. You know, we put up the money, you know, we used our capital to build this company, and we have the means of production as far as we buy all of the equipment and we buy the supplies and all of that. And all you do is assemble the stuff for us, you know, so we should get most of the money, which it sounds fair, you know, as far as that. But, you know, there has to be a, you know, a fair compensation though. What do you consider as fair compensation? It's like, me paying you the minimum that I can give you, the least that I can give you, so that I can have the most profits that I can have, you know. And that's how capitalism works. But then it leaves people in positions where they are living check to check, and they are like because they call the people, what did they call it during the pandemic? They called everybody essential workers. These people that had to go to work because otherwise everything would just fucking fall apart. So if you consider these people essential workers, then you need to pay them like you feel like they're essential workers. you know?
Yeah, because Ford don't have no money if they don't have people in there assembling the cars.
Exactly. And as far as taking the risk, and you know, a lot of these companies get like they got bailed out. You know, they got a whole bunch of money from the government to keep them from going bankrupt or whatever. So it's like, okay, well then where is the risk if you can just have the government come and bail you out? If I open a company and I fail, the government is not coming to bail me out.
Nope.
You know, and then we talk about we also talk about investments, like we were talking about the pharmaceutical industry, and where they use taxpayer money to do the research and development of these drugs, and then once the drugs come online, then the profits are privatized. So they socialize the cost of developing the drug, and then they privatize the profit that comes in as a result.
Yep.
Another couple
It'd be
comments.
nice if we can just all band together and say, fuck it, we're not paying taxes. But that would mean we would have to stop working for somebody. So
Yeah, I mean, taxes are not necessarily a bad thing. It's just that people need to pay their fair share. It's the people at the bottom that pays the most taxes. When they look at the numbers, they always be like, "Oh, it's the rich people who paying all of the taxes." But you're talking about a percentage, you know. But the majority of the money is coming from poor people. It's just that it's a larger percentage of their of what they're, you know, how much they make, and it's a lot of us. It's a lot of the poor people. So the bulk of the money is coming from the poor folks. Even though when you look at the numbers and it's like this rich person paid $1 million in taxes for 1 year or whatever, but he's just one person. You add up, you know, 200 million people paying taxes, and that's where most of the money is coming from, not from that guy who paid $1 million in taxes. Let's read some comments. It says, "What a joke. He and the rest of the owner class are traitors to humans. The working class needs to wake up." Another one, it says, "The workers are calling for the same percent raise that he's given himself. Bring out the guillotines." Another one, it says, "Pigs get fat and hogs get slaughtered." Another one, it says, "No, we want you to choose to make 20 to 30 times what the average worker makes, like CEOs did in the 50s, and not 350 times what the average worker makes, like you make now." So it kind of goes up earlier with the comment that they said, you know, it's their company. He took the risk. He keeps the most money. Okay, that's fine, but 350 times the amount that he pays his workers that's pretty like overblown, out of control, way fucking ridiculous. Another comment says, "More capitalism lies." Another one that says, "Well, how about you and the other executives not take your $20 million bonuses for a year?" Another one that says, "This guy gets 15 million a year in stock. What a joke." Another comment says, "All I hear is whining, why, why." Him saying we would go bankrupt. Let me see. I want to do a couple of the other ones that got views. Cause yeah, that one got 4K views. The one I just played, For CEO, do you want us to choose bankruptcy? And here's another one that got 4K views. This one, he says the average pay will be 300,000. It's like, we're really gonna buy that. We're gonna buy that. That's what they're fighting for. 300,000 for each auto worker. Let me play this.
$1,000 fully fringed for a 4-day work week. There is no
Per
way.
employee, per UAW employee.
Yeah, this is our fully tenured school teacher in the U.S. makes $66,000. Someone from the military, the average pay would be nearly $300,000 fully fringed for a 4-day work week. There is no
Per
way.
employee, per UAW employee.
Yeah, this is our fully tenured school teacher in the U.S. makes $66,000. Someone from the military, the average pay would be nearly $300,000 fully fringed for a 4-day work week.
He's saying if they answered what the UAW is asking for, it would conclude to $300K per employee. He's like, that's ridiculous. Yes, that is ridiculous. There's no way in hell that that's what it is. Like, come the hell on. Let me read some comments. It says, is a millionaire billionaire saying that people want to make too much money? See, that's ironic. You know, it says, is a millionaire billionaire saying that people want to make too much money? Like, they're asking to make too much money. I don't think that people, these kinds of people, they're so sociopathic that they can't see themselves. Like they feel like other people are different from them. Like they can't even imagine like it from their point of view. Like it's like, you know, I deserve to make these 29 million a year. You don't deserve to make your 300K that you're asking for, which that isn't even what they're asking for. There's no way. Another comment says, well, his calculations are way off. He should not be doing the negotiations. And by the way, how much did he make last year? Another comment says, UAW is slashing its own throat. Another comment says, this is complete BS. The average UAW worker makes about $28 an hour, and they want a 40% increase, which would out around $40 an hour. That's nowhere near 300K. So yeah, what do you think?
It's bull crap.
For him to say that they talking about the average worker is going to be 300K.
Now, is he talking about money plus stock purchase options that the employees get plus their benefits?
He's talking about compensation and so forth and so on.
Because I know, like with my job, they'll like the money that they paid me may equal out to like, let's just say 120, but when my W-2 come or whatever and everything, that once they add everything into it for the end of the year, what they pay for my insurance, what they put in 401k, this, that, and the third, it'll be like 149, 150 or something. I'm just giving rough numbers.
Yeah.
You know, I'm trying to get to that point. I'm just saying, like, that's how they do it. So is he saying that with paying them $40 an hour plus their stock purchase options, benefit, 401k, pension, whatever they give them, is that over a year's time going to equal out to 300,000 per employee?
Yeah, it's still not going to reach that, but that is what he's saying. He's including all of the benefits. Let me play this one.
Instead of making money and distributing $75,000 in profit sharing in the last 10 years, we would have lost $15 billion and gone bankrupt by now. The average pay would be nearly $300,000. He signed up for the UAW's request. Instead of making money and distributing $75,000 in profit sharing in the last 10 years, we would have lost $15 billion and gone bankrupt by now. The average pay would be nearly $300,000. He signed up for the UAW's request. Instead of making money and distributing $75,000 in profit sharing in the last 10 years, we would have lost $15 billion and gone bankrupt by now.
75K over 10 years. He's saying that we would go bankrupt if we did the UAW thing. This one got a bunch of views too. Let me read some comments. It says, the effing unions are their own worst enemy. They should teach a remedial course on simple marketplace economics. Another one, it says 75K over 10 years is 7.5K a year. Now distribute that across all employees. It becomes mere pennies. Keep up the pressure, my UAW brothers and sisters. IATSE supports you as well. Another one that says, firing them all, replace them with new one, and don't put a single union workers. Problem solved. Another comment that says, so bankrupt your workers. Everyone in management needs to take a pay cut, not send factory to Mexico. Never gonna buy another new vehicle anyway. Do what you want. Another one that says, personally, I don't really care as I'm entering the twilight of my years. If the unions want to screw themselves, go ahead and have fun. I'm not buying a new car anytime soon. Another one that says, how much was your bonuses plus profit sharing plus raises plus stock purchases? Well below market value. I'm gonna move on because I feel like I'm losing y'all.
That's crazy, dude.
What was this one? Talking about the hypersonic missiles. Let's play this. Oh shit, I'm not sharing. Let me share this.
Things like that.
Yeah, I think you should definitely have that, at least for a certain amount of time.
I'm all for it. I think it's important.
Yeah, that's okay.
I like it.
I agree with paid family leave. I mean, you put in all your work and time with your employer. We all have lives.
You know, if we can afford it, that's fine. But I think we got a lot of things that we need to pay for before we start having freebies.
I'm not sure. I think I would need to see more details on that.
Oh, I don't know. I'm not even going to comment on that because I'm really not that versed in it. I don't think the government should provide everything for everybody.
But what about that specifically?
That's up to the businesses, in my opinion. As it stands right now, it's just another handout that defeats the purpose of business.
How do you feel about paid family leave?
I think there should be more of it, especially during like pregnancies and maternity leaves, things like that.
Yeah, I think you should definitely have that, at least for a certain amount of time.
I'm all for it. I think it's important.
Yeah, that's okay.
I like it.
I agree with paid family leave. I mean, you put in all your work and time with your employer. We all have lives.
You know, if we can afford it, that's fine. But I think we got a lot of things that we need to pay for before we start having freebies.
I'm not sure. I think I would need to see more details on that.
Oh, I don't know. I'm not even going to comment on that because I'm really not that versed in it. I don't think the government should provide everything for everybody.
But what about that specifically?
That's up to the businesses, in my opinion. As it stands right now, it's just another handout that defeats the purpose of business.
How do you?
So crazy. Anyway, so he's asking Trump supporters if families should get paid family leave, and you had some of them who were saying, yeah, I support it or whatever. And then you had others that saying it's freebies and all of this. Like, what do you think about it? Like, that most every other country does it. Like, we're like at the bottom with the amount of time is given when you have a family, when you have a kid and all of this stuff, like maternity leave, stuff like that. In other countries, even the father gets to stay home and get paid when there's a baby born. Not here in the United States. These people are calling it freebies.
Yeah, definitely, man. I think you should because, a woman gives birth to a child. 6 weeks is not long enough for her to stay home with that child. Or, I think it's 6 weeks that they pay them or some shit like that. I could be wrong on that, but yeah, no, definitely, man. I mean, I'm not saying, they stay home 2-3 years and get paid, but at least, man, 6 months to, at least 6 months, maybe a year if there's certain, things in there, you got a baby that's born with complications, but yeah.
Yeah. So like, and then they're like pro-life or whatever, but at the other hand, they don't even want you to take time. And the impact that it has on that child to have a parent there and both parents there with the child during those first couple of months or whatever is critical to the development of that child over its lifetime. You know what I mean? Like, and then the impact that it has on the parents to be able to be a part of the child's life when they first coming out. Like, see those first words or those first steps or whatever to the fulfillment that they get inside instead of having to go to work, and then they're thinking about their child the whole time. Like, how productive is the parent going to be, during this time? Like, it's so many factors to this. It's heartless and cruel, and it's crazy to call it a freebie for somebody to want to spend some time with their child when they
I think most of these people that they were asking, bro, I think they didn't listen to the question. Most of them were thinking that the federal government is going to have to do this. And it's like, well, no, that's a freebie. I don't think the government should have. And it's like, no, we're not talking about the government. We're talking about the corporation that you work for, And I just think that's what I say, man. I mean, I understand why government is in control of a lot of things because, just the everyday human, they're too fucking emotional, bro. They're too emotional and nothing would ever fucking get done. But this government also has become pretty big and has too much control. But yeah, like I think a lot of them actually missed the question. And that's why they're throwing around, no, it's a freebie. I don't think that we should give, this to people who don't deserve it. And it's like, what the fuck you mean? They're not listening to the question. The dude clearly asks, do you think that your company or your job, that you should get longer family leave pay?
It's heartless, man. It's so crazy that we're brainwashed to think that we're just supposed to work until we die and be happy about that shit. But then you got certain people, it depends on where you are in the spectrum, because if you have like a really good job, like we're talking about the CEOs and so forth and so on, what do you think happens when they have a kid?
Yeah.
Do you think they just take 6 weeks off if they have
Nah.
a kid or a death in the family or something like that?
They're working a lot of times they're working remotely. They're probably not even in their office to begin with.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So they're probably working remotely. They probably go in for, major deals or major this or major that. But yeah.
So what we're really talking about is the people on the lower scale, the poorer folks, the essential workers or whatever. We're talking about them not getting any time to be with their family when they have a kid. Like, that's what we're really talking about. And that's what it is. It's like, it's the class warfare. It's a freaking, if you're poor, then no, you should have to work all the damn time, and not 6 weeks is too much. Take your ass back to work. It's a chick at my job who had a baby, and she was back to work so fast. It's crazy. And it's because, they're not going to get paid. So they have to come back to work. They got to pay their bills. So they're not going to get paid. So they're not going to take that time off. They're just going to go back to work. So fucking sad. So cruel. So mean. And in other industrialized countries like ours, they get this leave. It's over here in the United States that we're brainwashed to think that we shouldn't get this stuff. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Let me read some comments. It says, it's not a handout. It's not a freebie. It should be what we should pay taxes for, and not for a bloated military budget and corporate welfare. Another one that says, last lady with her cross necklace talking about handouts. Another comment says, defeats the purpose of business. What purpose would that be? What about the purpose of wanting a family? Insanity. Another comment that says, after all the struggle in the last century of human working conditions and payment, the industry has reached its goal, dumbing down the people so they vote against their own interests. Another comment that says, I really wish we could put them all in their own area and just let them live with the things they support. You don't want pay time off? Okay, then. You don't want health care? Okay, then. You don't want workers' rights? Okay. You want to work till you die and never retire? Okay, then. I want them to get what they want so they learn their lesson. Another comment that says, they are brainwashed to hate the liberals and love Trump. The issues don't even matter. They will be loyal to their team. Another comment says, if you're against abortion, you must be for a long amount of paid paternity leave for mothers. How else will they be able to provide for a new baby, get themselves physically and emotionally fit after pregnancy, and keep their positions at work? All this lack of support makes abortions more convenient. I think the answer to less abortions is to support more. That's really good right there. It's like it goes hand in hand. You're talking about pro-life, but you just want to care about the kid while it's in the womb and not about the mother and not about after the kid is born. All of this stuff. Like if we supported, if we didn't have to pay so much for daycare, if we gave them paid time off when they had babies and all of this, you probably wouldn't have so many people wanting to have abortions. You know what I mean? They don't want to fix the problem. They just want to blame and be all religious bigotry and shit.
Yeah.
Another one, it says, if European employers can afford it, U.S. employers can too. And well-rested employees are better for the business in the long run too. That's what I was saying. Like, it's really good for everybody. This is a dystopia and it's bad for everyone. It's crazy. Another one that says, oh, the poor businesses and their paddled billionaire CEOs, this while you rub two pennies together for savings and constantly squeeze more and more with an economy built for the wealth and citizens united on their side, brainwashed much. The very individuals that talk trash about it will be the very same individuals that complain about not having it when it comes down to them. Another one that says they're pro-birth, not pro-life. Another one that says funny because most of these faux humans or have at some point benefited from social services. Most Trumpers I know are on welfare, food stamps, and on Medicaid. There's a bunch of stories I wanted to cover that I didn't get to. I don't know why it took me so long to cover this stuff. I don't know where all the time went today. It's just already. Anyways, let's do this quickly. It says, bus carrying a high school band overturns.
One person has died, 5 others are in critical condition, and another 40 are now being treated. The person who has died appears to be an adult. The critical injuries are all believed to be juveniles. This happened at around 1:20 this afternoon in the westbound lanes of I-84 and Wawanda. A charter bus overturned on I-84 in Orange County with the majority of victims from Farmingdale High School. We know at least one person has died. 5 others are in critical condition and another 40 are now being treated. The person who has died appears to be an adult. The critical injuries are all believed to be juveniles. This happened at around 1:20 this afternoon in the westbound lanes of I-84 and Wawanda.
So the bus was carrying students from Farmingdale High School in Nassau County when it overturned on I-84. They were headed to a music event in Greenlee, Pennsylvania for band camp.
Damn, that's sad.
Very,
bro.
very sad.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. Says, have mercy, Lord, return them to their parents unharmed. Another one that says, what's going on? No one knows how to drive lately, it seems.
Yeah, man, it's been
Another one
so many
says,
bad wrecks, man. I witnessed one yesterday morning in Ennis, Texas, dude. 2 semi-trucks collided, and yeah, they both engulfed in flames. One driver died, and it's sad because he was not from Texas. I forget the exact state, but he was something like 1,300 miles away from home. And he died here in Texas, you know. It's like, fuck, that's crazy.
and you know, how much of this stuff would be solved by us having more mass transit? You know, it's like we want to be stuck in traffic. We want to have wrecks. It's like we want to have to pay for gas, insurance,
No, I don't think.
registration cards, driver's licenses. We want to get tickets.
I don't think it's that we
That's what we
want to,
call
bro.
freedom.
I don't think it's that we want to. I think we just don't want to be told what we have to do or made, feel like our rights are being stripped away from us and we're being made to do this type of thing. I think that's the biggest issue with people. I could be wrong, but that's just my
Yeah.
take on it.
Why do people push back against mass transit so much? It's like the other day I was talking about that, they got a bullet train that's going to be coming from Houston to Dallas. And what was it? 90 minutes or something like that. And I was talking about in other countries, they have these high-speed rails, they get where they need to be in minutes. Why do we want to be stuck in traffic? Why do we want to be worried about these wrecks and all of this? And like I say, you got to pay for gas, you got to pay for insurance, all of this stuff related to, you have the commute, you have the hours and time out of your life. People spend hours going back and forth to work every day, out of their life, being stuck in traffic. But in America, they're like, oh, we like our freedom. We love the freedom of the open road or whatever. But we've been brainwashed to think that way. The mass transit is the answer. It solves all of these problems. The shit related to the suburban neighborhoods and all of this stuff would be fixed if we had mass transit to get us from where we needed to go.
Yeah.
What do you think about it? Like, what problems do you have with it?
Man. Yeah. I mean, honestly, dude, the roadways suck. I personally think there's too many people on the roads. I personally do feel that way. I wish that cities like Houston and other metropolitan cities were actually built and designed for people to be able to use more of a public transportation approach than being out in the cars, because it makes it so hard, bro, for me being a driver, seeing this shit. It's like, it sucks.
There will be a lot less people on the roads if we had a
And then
much better
people,
transit system.
and it's crazy because these crazy motherfuckers nowadays use their vehicles as fucking weapons, bro, when they get pissed. So
Yeah, the road rage incidents. I think we need to change the way we structure society, and one of them, a main thing, would be mass transit. And I think racism, classism is what gets in the way of this. Like, people who are rich, they don't want to be on the train with poor people. You know what I'm saying? That's the issue. It's like that's what's keeping us from getting here. We don't want to have level playing field for stuff.
yeah.
That's what it is. We don't want something that's good for everyone. We just want stuff that's good for me and my family, and that's it. Screw everybody else. But meanwhile, we all suffer as a result. We're all stuck in this traffic, even the rich people. Unless you can get a private jet and fly over the damn traffic, all the rest of us is in traffic, though.
Yeah.
So dumb.
Tell them what I did yesterday, Hassan. Tell them how I did Schellenberger. I'm gonna do the same thing today. I'm gonna do Schellenberger. I'm gonna do word of the same.
I'm not sure what this is. It says, my name is Juan G. Davis Sr. On May 8, 2008, it says, Dear President Obama, you informed me you would investigate my case in Lake County Jail and close the letters and evidence for a federal investigation by the Department of Justice into corruption and racism in the courts concerning the prison industry under Governor O'Malley and Lieutenant Governor Brown. I have enclosed 60% of the materials needed. The rest can be collected from the people and officials named in the attached subpoenas. Baltimore and Wacunga need you to have a federal grand jury fully investigate my case. You sent Eric Holder to Ferguson, Baltimore, Maryland, and Zion, Illinois, want. Next, I have jailhouse diaries exposing public defenders, state attorneys, and judges knowingly denying inmates their civil, human, and constitutional rights under the law. In 2012, you got this notion, the audacity of hope. Today, in September 2013, I'm giving you the reality of truth. Blacks in America have no rights that the centrally controlled power structure has to respect. This is the new face of Jim Crow. Democrats and the Republicans share in the cash cow of the American prison industry. In these pages, you will see Americans of the truth. I wrote every senator and congressman and official at the city, state, and federal levels. Everyone named in the attached subpoenas needs to be held accountable. Governor O'Malley and Lieutenant Governor Brown tried to have me killed. Phone calls to the FBI can verify my statement. Chief Justice Roberts first instructed me on what to do in 2007. Now is the time to bring the issue to the forefront. We need a great race debate, and this book, The Minority Report, is going to be a start. Governor O'Malley has a copy, Lieutenant Governor Brown has a DVD and a shoe. Ken Ullman has the emails, and Alan Lutz of the Department of Justice has evidence to support my request for a federal grand jury to come to Baltimore. I will be sending you the shoe and another DVD to go with the ones I have sent you in 2008. Kerry Kagawa was my contact person from your Chicago office. Senator Kirk, Senator Dublin. I'm not exactly sure what he's talking about here. I'm losing it. I don't even remember what this was about, but you know, the prison industrial complex is a thing, you know, maybe that's what he's talking about here. I'm gonna move on because I don't even know what this is.
Canada are friends. Trudeau and Modi must remember that. Can Trudeau prove India's role in the killing of Harjit Nijjar? He has shown no evidence in public yet. But his minority government depends on the support of Khalistan sympathizer Jagmeet Dhaliwal's NDP. So was Trudeau pressured to make the statement? Could be. India has called the accusation absurd and motivated and is within rights to say so. But India must also take a breath. Yes, Canada has struggled to control pro-Khalistan extremists. It has ignored death threats to Indian diplomats and threats to Canadian Hindus by radicals like Gurpatwant Pannu. Even the gun-toting Nijjar had a free reign in Canada, and Canada-based gangsters have owned up to killings in India like Goldie Brar, who claimed Sidhu Moosewala's murder. But India must still pick diplomacy over the option of targeted killings in Canada. We have deep cultural, historical, economic, political ties. Millions of Indians live, work, study there. The US and UK are common friends. Let's not force them to pick a side. Instead, let's use it all to take down the pro-Khalistan elements. Rogue actors can turn against their own and on their hosts, like Bhindranwale in 1984. Let's show Canada that.
It says, can Justin Trudeau prove India had a role in killing Harjit Nijjar? He has not shared any evidence publicly yet, but his minority government needs to support a pro-Khalistan Jagmeet Dhaliwal's party, the National Democratic Party. So was Trudeau pressed to make this statement. So Trudeau was talking about this guy who was killed, and he's saying that India was behind it. So that's what this is about. But Trudeau hasn't shared any evidence to show that that's what actually happened, but it's causing a lot of pressure and stress between India and Canada. And retaliations are happening on both sides. You remember this story right here? It says, family of Georgia teen found dead in a gym mat, filed $1 billion federal lawsuit. Remember this case? Because this was all over the place.
Yeah, the black kid that
Mhm.
found that. Yeah.
It says the parent of South Georgia teenager who died 10 years ago after his body was found wrapped in a wrestling gym mat at his high school are suing the State Investigation Bureau and their county sheriff's office to fight back at the long-held claim that their son's death was a freak accident. The suit was specifically filed against the Georgia Bureau of Investigations and the Lowndes County Sheriff Office to dispute the conclusions about death of Kendrick Johnson. Johnson was found dead in January 2013 in Lowndes High School in Valdosta by his classmates. His body was discovered facing downward in an upright, rolled-up gym mat in the back of the school's gym. Yeah, so they called it a freak accident. There's no way. There's no way. Let's read some comments. It says, I remember this. I hope they get their money. Another one, it says, I'm hoping they win. I think about Kendrick often. I think about how the school and government did that family shameful. It says, good, the details are horrific, and the insult to intelligence is beyond infuriating, shaking my head. It says, I have no idea how the perpetrators or investigators could even sleep at night knowing there was nothing accidental about this incident, praying for both justice and change at the highest levels. And earlier, like I was talking about, whenever this kind of thing happens, that somebody, like there's a murderer on the loose. Like when, you say this was an accident or whatever, and it's like, meanwhile, whoever did this is walking around, possibly doing it to other people. That's the real tragedy.
Yeah.
And the suit is not an answer, holding these people accountable for doing their job and doing actual investigations. That's the answer.
Yeah. That's just crazy, bro.
It says, and his organs were missing. They should always put that in there. Yeah, it says, this whole story hurts my soul every time I see this. I don't understand how they got away with murdering this sweet baby angel. God, please bless his family and make the people who did this pay somehow. So there's a documentary on Netflix about this too. Another one of those cases, unsolved. It says, let's look at this one. Breaking, auto workers at all 38 GM and Stellantis parts distribution centers will go on strike at noon today, according to UAW President Shawn Fain. The UAW says it has made significant progress in negotiations with Ford and will not strike at additional Ford plants right now. So they're going to add to strike. They're going to add to the strike at it says auto workers at all 38 GM and Stellantis parts distribution centers will go on strike. So it's growing, and they're giving Ford a bit of a break here, because it says Ford was actually talking to them, but Stellantis and GM are not. So, and then they're focusing on these parts distribution centers because it hurts the company the most, because the other plants can't do their job without getting these parts.
Yeah.
Let me read this. It says, the United Auto Workers strike is expanding. UAW President Shawn Fain said, Ford is showing they're serious about reaching a deal. At GM and Stellantis, it's a different story. Now workers at all 38 GM and Stellantis parts distribution centers across 20 states are walking out. Comment, it says, you see your brother Ford? Ford's not grounded today and can go play outside because Ford stopped giving us attitude. Maybe you should follow your brother's example, then you can go play too. Another one says, good strategy, pitting the companies against one another. Another comment, it says, seeing it in Orlando even, despite even DeSantis' blight on unionizing there, I'm so proud. Another one, it says, I'm starting to have a fanboy reaction to everything about Shawn Fain. Another one, let's form a taxpayers union and strike on paying taxes and negotiate with the government. They can't arrest all of us. Yeah, that's not going to work out. Another one, it says, hey, stockholders, does paying the C-suite and millions seem worth it now? Solidarity. Another one says, GM and Stellantis FAFO by firing non-striking workers. Yeah, that's what I was saying. They did a layoff. They lay off a whole bunch of workers as a reaction to this strike. Instead of negotiating with people, they're like, screw y'all. We just y'all gonna strike? Cool, we're gonna lay off a whole bunch of people that didn't have nothing to do with this to show y'all that we don't care. Like, Y'all don't have no power. Y'all work for us until we decide that you don't. And you're going to take whatever pay we decide to give you.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro. Dang it. Dang it, dang it, dang it.
Let's do this one. It says the FBI found approximately $500,000 in cash during a search in the home of Senator Robert Menendez of New Jersey and his wife. They also found gold bars and envelopes of cash in Menendez's jacket pockets. So this is an example, like this shows how much corruption is going on here in the United States. Like, why would this person have $1 million of cash at their home, you know? And if the money was gained legally and, you know, nothing shady was going on, then they would have put that money in a bank or some safe place, you know? Keeping it in their home just shows that they didn't want to have, you know, evidence that they received this money, you know? And it's like, where did the money come from? And what did they have? What deals did they make? And like, what, you know, favors did they give someone for them to pay them all of this money, you know? And this is what's going on in our government.
Cash contained Davies' fingerprints or Davies' DNA. That's not all. Agents also discovered a lot of gold that was provided by Davies and Hannah. And the FBI, of course, found the Mercedes-Benz that Uribe had provided them. Special agents with the FBI executed search warrants on the residence and safe deposit box of Senator Menendez and Nadine Menendez in New Jersey. When they got there, they discovered approximately $500,000 of cash stuffed into envelopes and closets. Some of the cash was stuffed in the senator's jacket pockets. Some of the envelopes of cash contained Davies' fingerprints or Davies' DNA. That's not all. Agents also discovered a lot of gold that was provided by Davies and Hannah. And the FBI, of course, found the Mercedes-Benz that Uribe had provided them.
What do you think about this, bro? Not surprising at all, right?
Nah. He had that shit set up in case he need to get the fuck out.
Shady, bro. New Jersey senator. Shady, man. That's crazy. Fucking, you know, senator is a pretty high up there because, you know, in the House of Representatives, you have a lot of representatives per state. Like Texas got like, I don't know how many. They got like 50 representatives or something because it's related to the population, you know. But each state only has 2 senators. So senators have a lot more power than representatives do.
Yeah.
So this is pretty high up in the government. And this is corruption.
Yeah. Hey, man, I was gonna ask you, is Doc or anybody coming in?
I don't know. I never know who's coming and who's not. Like, hopefully somebody pops in here. Usually if this late, I doubt if Pat will get in here, but Doc comes in late sometimes.
I talked to Pat. He was still driving. No, I was just asking, man. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I didn't want to fall asleep live broadcast, but I was up for a minute, but yeah, these eyes getting heavy on me. Like,
all right,
real
man.
heavy.
I really appreciate you. I appreciate you being in here, bro. Get you some rest.
Oh yeah. I know tomorrow's probably one of your later days at work. What time you think you may be coming on tomorrow?
Yeah, I can't say. I work all day tomorrow, and if I close, I might not be out of there till well after 11. So we can shoot for 12. Shoot for midnight.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll be looking out for the deal, man. I'll try to join for a little bit tomorrow night too.
All right, man. I appreciate you being here.
Oh yeah, nah, for real, man. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you.
All right, man.
All right, later.
Let me read some comments underneath this one. It says, one senator down, several more to go. Another one that says, I am a Democrat, and unlike my GOP friends, please let this man pay for his crimes, please. Another one that says, now go get rid of Clarence Thomas. I don't know how you're going to do that. Another one that says, caught red-handed, no one Democrat or Republican is above the law, but the way he described the situation is alarming. No one should be above the law, but in reality, I don't think it works like that. Another one that says, all I want to say is, when are they going to indict Clarence Thomas? It's the same thing. Yeah, Clarence Thomas is untouchable, y'all. Another one that says, keep going. He is not the only one. Term limits for all high positions in Congress. Yeah, it's crazy how we have the same people in Congress that's been in there for 20, 30, 40 years. You know, you can't help, you can see how, you know, corruption happens when these people be in there for so long. Yeah, I think term limits is a thing that should be implemented. You know, another one that says, you would think after the first indictment years ago, Mr. Mendez would have cleaned his act up. Stay tuned for the trial. Another one that says, no, do this to Nancy Pelosi. Another one that says, no one is above the law, no matter his affiliation or position. Even if the GOP will probably say that this is a witch hunt and that the search warrants is politically motivated and no facts should matter in this case. Oh, wait. Another one that says, lock him up and donate the cash and vehicle. Donate to what, though? Another one that says, I wish they could have done this much investigating on the cocaine they found in the White House. Sorry the case went cold. Not that the entire White House is covered in cameras or no fingerprints were ever pulled off the baggie. And I could keep going on and on of the ish they do not do. What happened is they found Hunter Biden's cocaine in the White House. So then it was case closed after that. I don't know why people have such a hard on about the cocaine. Like, it's whatever, like the drugs or whatever. I mean, whoever, whatever. This is totally different. Like, this is corruption. This is people probably receiving bribes to making deals. You know what I mean? Like, he's perverting the office that he works for. You know, his constituents want him to go there and work on behalf of them. He's supposed to represent his constituents, but obviously he's not. He's representing whoever is paying him. Like, this is way bigger than some person getting high in the White House. Like, come on. Another one that says, once they indict someone on such charges, rest assured they have a mountain of evidence to back it up. He's effed. Another one, I wonder if Trump still wants to defund the FBI now that a Democrat has been caught. You know, and who cares? Like, choosing the side, if they're Democrat or Republican, you know, if they're in there doing shady shit, then they should be held accountable. I don't care which side of the aisle they're on. They're supposed to be representing their people, you know. They're not supposed to be receiving bribes, you know. The rest of us do some stuff like this, they're going to put us in jail. Another comment, it says, why is having money a problem? Someone fill me in. Come on, guy, you can't be this dense. Why would he have cash all in his freaking place? Gold bars. Why don't put that stuff in the bank? Let's read some replies to this dumbass comment. It says, I believe it was bribes, still learning about the case. Another reply, it says, if you have $500,000 in the house, it's illegal money. If it were legal, it'd be at a bank. Saying. Another one says, there is nothing illegal about filling your house floor to ceiling with gold and greenbacks. Yeah, that's true. It's not. But if you're a senator and you're filling your house from floor to ceiling in greenbacks and gold, then you're probably doing some shady shit. That's, you know, the money is the money you receive from doing shady things. Another reply says, it's when it's bribe money, there's always a paper trail, and senators don't make that much. Yeah. Says, ha ha ha, you think a senator doesn't make enough money? We didn't say enough money. We said that much money. Like, what was it, $500,000, gold bars and shit? So do they pay the senators in gold bars? Is that what you think? The reply says, I didn't say didn't make enough money. Can't read. The average salary of a senator is roughly $150,000. The feds aren't crawling up your ass over that. Surely you aren't smarter than that. Yeah. So if it gets paid $150,000 a year, then that $500,000 would be how many years worth of pay that he then stacked up in his house? Come on. The reply says, what you said was he doesn't make enough money to have that in cash. That makes no sense. You'd think that. No, he doesn't make enough money to have $500,000 sitting in his house. I mean, okay, he makes $150,000 a year, but he hasn't spent on nothing over years. He doesn't pay no rent, doesn't pay for food or anything at all. And he's just been stacking it up in his house. Another reply says $500,000 cash equals tax evasion. Boom. Another reply says stealing money is a problem. Another reply says, but the FBI doesn't randomly execute a search warrant on Senator either. They already have evidence he's guilty. They're looking for the smoking gun. It says they have probable cause that a crime was committed. Search warrants and arrest warrants are issued on probable cause. The FBI does not determine guilt or innocence. That's reserved for a judge or jury. God bless the U.S. Constitution. So, but what is your point? I hate it when people make these semantic ass arguments. Like, okay, what you're saying is true, but all the way beside the fucking point. Still want to face reality. Man, Russell Brand is going through it. Do we want to talk about that? Hold on, let me see. Do we want to go into that or something else? Let me see. The whole internet's been talking about Russell Brand anyways. I don't know if I really want to add to it. Shady what they're doing to this guy, demonetizing him. Like, he could be guilty, you know, it could be, but this cancel culture thing where they can just freeze up your money or freeze up your income, make it so where you can't make money, that's really effed up. Let's do this one. It says, this Brianna Joy Gray says, Democrats know taxing the rich is popular. It's that, is that why child slavery defender and Obama lawyer Neil Katyal filed an amicus brief to encourage the Supreme Court to preemptively rule such taxes unconstitutional? Dun, dun, dun.
I think what
it says, this is just sort of a reminder that it's not like right now we have a Democratic Party ready to tax millionaires and billionaires in a substantial way.
I think one of the most surprising things about this story is that this is pressure that is coming from Democrat-aligned groups. And it contrasts with the image the Democrats often try to sell of themselves as aligned with the interests of the working class. Obviously, you had people who were either caucusing with Democrats or Democrats themselves, like Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren, being the chief champions of wealth taxes in the past. What do you make of a former Obama lawyer being the one who's leading the charge on this effort to preempt a policy which is very popular publicly, which is to tax millionaires and billionaires at a higher rate?
I think there are two things I take away from this. I mean, first of all, there have been some tensions between Obama world folks and Biden world folks, at least in the most sort of optimistic view of the Biden administration, that, you know, it's taken these really, or not really, but in some senses progressive turns from what Obama did. So it gives us some sense of the fact that there are still these tensions between, you know, people who were in the Obama administration, many of whom are now, of course, serving in the Biden administration. And of course, things like Biden's wealth tax proposal or student debt cancellation proposal. You know, I think the other thing to make of the fact that this is an effort being led by former New Democrats, Obama world people, is that the party has not coalesced in any way around, in any unified way around a wealth tax. And this is sort of a reminder of it. We haven't really been confronted with that fact because wealth tax legislative proposals and Biden's proposals haven't made it very far. But this is just sort of a reminder that it's not like, you know, right now we have a Democratic party ready to tax millionaires and billionaires in a substantial way.
I mean, I think.
Yeah. So Obama is pushing back against it with the wealth tax stuff. So Obama is still looking out for his buddies. He's not even in office, and he's still doing stuff. Uh-oh, what did I do? It updated while I was freaking quaking. Let's read some tweet replies. It says, the best way to defend the income tax is to explain why even steeply progressive income taxes, right up to the top marginal rate of 99% with no loopholes, actually impose no sacrifice whatsoever on rich people, not in terms of any lost material possessions, not in terms of any lost purchasing power in the marketplace. So he's got a link to that. It says income and Social Security taxes are not needed at all and are regressive. They can be eliminated and replaced with luxury taxes, land value property taxes, i.e. Pigouvian taxes to discourage behaviors. I don't think a lot of people would be on board with that. Yeah, I think you would get a lot of pushback with that. It says, I don't think the example that your guest used for unrealized gains was a great one. If you buy a house and the value goes up on the house, but you don't sell it, should you get taxed? That's how poor homeowners get kicked out of their neighborhoods. Proposition 13 in California does just that. It says, Biden does understand that hoarding wealth and leaving nothing for the lower classes is what is at heart of the discontent in America. With every election, things will increasingly get more bizarre as the country unravels. The good times are coming to a screeching end. He says Biden does understand that hoarding wealth and leaving nothing for the lower classes is what at the heart of discontent in America. I don't know about that, you know. It seems like we talk about everything else. It is definitely at the heart of the discontent in America. It definitely is. But I don't really hear Biden talking about that. And I really don't hear that being the mainstream media talking point either. We talk about everything else. We talk about all these cultural issues that we have. We talk about LGBTQ, you know, we talk about affirmative action. We talk about abortion. But this one right here, everyone can get on board and agree with it, I think, on both sides of the aisle. So if you actually made it an issue and actually put it forth and actually tried to pass legislation to deal with this type of thing, I think both sides would agree on that. So, but they don't want that. They want us to continue to be fighting about stupid stuff. You know, that's because the media is bought and paid for by these oligarchs. You know, they completely control the media and they control the narrative, and they keep this from being the discussions. It says, why would you attribute this to Biden and not say Manchin or Sinema, who would vote it down before it even gets to his desk? To pass progressive legislation, we need progressive legislators. Let's focus on Congress. It says, why do you think Neil Katyal, who has not been in office for a dozen years, represents today's Democratic Party? And why would you devote your time and influence to tearing down the Biden administration rather than on electing more progressives to Congress to write and pass legislation? This guy has a good argument, but you still got to hold the head accountable. You know, you can't give Biden a pass. You know, if Biden was more hardcore on progressive stuff, then it would have a trickle-down effect to the rest of Congress, and he could put pressure on them to pass progressive legislatures. But, you know, Biden has never been a progressive, you know, ever. So, I mean, you can't really expect him to even go that way and do those types of things. Like, he ain't never been that guy. So, like, I guess this argument about focusing on Congress is fair, because then you could put the pressure on him from below to hopefully get him to get on board with some kind of progressive issues or whatever. But, you know, the Democratic Party, you know, is vote blue no matter who, and it just goes down that same road, and we end up with somebody else just like Biden in there, some lukewarm, empty suit. It says, proponents of wealth tax, Senators Warren and Sanders and others like them, never say what they want the additional tax revenue to go towards. Never. They just angrily demand that the rich pay more. I believe the reason for this is easy to surmise. Their demands arise from envy, jealousy, and anger, not any sincere altruistic motive. Well, I mean, you wouldn't have people fighting about shutting down the government. You wouldn't have people fighting about cutting social programs if they had more money in the system. So they don't have to fight for specific ways the money to be paid for. You know, it'll automatically go to where it's needed within the government. So places that are strapped, places that need money, you know, sure up Social Security, sure up SNAP benefits, you know, sure up Medicare and Medicaid, you know. They don't have to say specifically where the money is going to go. I think that's a freaking cop-out ass argument right there. This one says, libertarians are famous for claiming that taxation is theft by the government. In this article, I explain why the arguments they advance to justify these claims makes no sense. Well, I'm not in the mood for reading articles right now. The economic leftist introduces his libertarian friend to philosophical and economic arguments that challenge their belief that taxation is theft. I feel like the show is flat today. The blockade is a policy of the government and ruling class, not the American people. BTs spoke with New York City activists about why they support the Cuban people and oppose their own government's relentless attacks on Cuba.
The people of the United States stand with Cuba. The U.S. blockade is the policy of the U.S. government and of the U.S. ruling class, but not the people.
Cuba should be taken off the state sponsors of terrorism list because it was never a terrorist to begin with. The idea that the U.S. gets to determine who's a terrorist and who's not when they're the world's largest terrorist is just out of control.
I don't think they belong on the state-sponsored terrorist list, because if anyone has been committing terrorism in the world, it's the United States government across the global south against Cuba.
Young people in New York are excited to welcome Cuba, and we want Cuba off the state sponsors of terrorism list, and we want to end the U.S. blockade.
This embargo must be ended now. Cuba must be taken off this godforsaken terrorist list, and Cuba must be allowed to live.
Illegal, immoral, unjust. That the United States would do this to human beings is unconscionable. But to the beautiful Cubans, it's a crime on another level.
We're so proud of you. you all for resisting the empire for so long. We love you so much. We're in solidarity with you. You're here in our hearts as we march down this road here in New York City.
We New Yorkers say, take Cuba off the state sponsors and terrorism list. Let Cuba be free. End the blockade now.
And we need to express solidarity with the people of Cuba as they continue to thrive through the brutal sanctions that the U.S. has waged on them for the last 60 years.
We stand against the blockade, and we will be rallying every day until this blockade is lifted and the voices of the people of the world are listened to by the U.S.
Cuba does nothing but send doctors and vaccines and help to people all around the world. Cuba is actually the most humane society I know of, so get them off the list.
Yeah, it's crazy. I think if people really tried to justify the blockade and the terrorist list for Cuba, they would really have a hard time. And like, if it was back in the days when we had the Cuban Missile Crisis and all of that stuff, then you would have a little more to stand on. But as 60 years have passed, and it's just ridiculous that this is continuing. Like, what the hell? Like, it really doesn't make any sense at all, and it's really dumb, you know. And I think most people would be okay with this, but it just shows, you know, United States won't let up when it comes to this kind of stuff. You know, they don't want examples in their region of the world that goes against the way the United States likes to structure society. If you have an example of structuring society in a different way that maybe works, you know, that people like, and then it's near the United States, then that's something that they really have a problem with, you know. And then they're like, their argument is security issues or whatever. It's like, Cuba really should be like a part of the United States as far as like engulfed into our ecosystem. Like, you know, you could have a lot more trade going on. It's the United States would benefit and Cuba would benefit from this. Like, everybody is hurting as a result of this really old McCarthy era layover, like, you know, this stuff that's left over from this communist, anti-communist thoughts or whatever. This the Cold War, like the Cold War has been over forever, and then you still have these leftovers from it, and this is an example of it right here. It's really dumb, you know. And I think if people knew more about it, you know, I guess people just don't really care, you know, and, you know, they're not educated on this stuff. They're not aware of it. So who knows how long it'll continue. You know, if we get somebody in office, you know, I think that this would be a defense of Trump, because, you know, I think Trump would be one of the ones that would be like, yeah, this is dumb. Let's end this. You got Guantanamo Bay. You got so many things that are wrong related to Cuba. That's just wrong and indefensible. It's an easy decision to make, to end the blockade and to take them off of a terrorist list, like Cubans terrorize. When was the last time Cubans, you know, had terrorists, you know, terrorizing Americans or something? Where is the threat that Cuba poses to the United States, other than a different system of governing? Comment says, time to end the harsh Cuban sanctions. Let's not add to the misery of the ordinary Cuban people. And that's another thing about sanctions. Like, they always be like, the sanctions are to hurt the governments of these other countries, but it ultimately just hurts the people, the regular folks. And the regular folks may not agree with what the government does or whatever, what they're doing. So, but they get to suffer as a result. And they're the main ones to suffer, because the bourgeoisie in Cuba and the governments of Cuba, they probably get to do whatever the hell they want. And it's just the regular folks that they have to drive cars from 1960, you know, and this kind of things also drives these countries into the arms of other countries like Russia, China, you know, drive them into the arms of the BRICS and put them out of the sphere of influence of the United States. And, because they got to get trade, they got to get stuff for their people. If the United States don't want to deal with them, then they got to do it some other kind of way. So again, like I say, the United States could be making a lot of money related to Cuba. Regular companies, regular industries could be sparked and be making a lot of money, as if they just opened up that blockade. Look at this meme right here. It says, "I never criticize Russia for any of the horrible things they do." That's not weird, right? I don't know what they're trying to say with that. Yeah, I wish people knew more about that. Speaking at a government meeting in the draft federal budget for 2024-2026, President Putin said the Russian economy has successfully recovered from sanctions pressure. So basically, he's like, we're good.
Сейчас одна из основных проблем связана с ускорением инфляции. Главный фактор здесь сейчас одна из основных проблем связана
Says one of the main problems is related to the acceleration of inflation.
с ускорением инфляции.
The main factor here is clear. It is the weakening of the ruble.
Главный фактор здесь понятен, это ослабление рубля и необходимо.
And it is necessary to clearly understand its causes and make timely decisions without delay.
Четко понимать его причины и своевременно, не откладывая, принимать соответствующие решения.
I am confident that the government and the central bank will work professionally.
Уверен, что правительство, центральный банк сработают профессионально и
And what is important in concert.
что важно, согласованно. В целом,
in general, we can say that the recovery stage on the Russian economy has been completed.
Можно сказать, что этап восстановления российской экономики завершен. Сейчас одна.
So, basically the United States is failing at what it's trying to do. It's trying to hurt Russia and it's not working out. It's trying to support Ukraine to hopefully get them to win the war against Russia, and that's not working out either. I always wondered what they really be trying to do, because they have a lot of really smart people and they know stuff. So it's like the stuff that they tell us what they're trying to do, it can't be what they really are trying to do, because like I say, they're really smart, and I know that they most of the time accomplish what they're trying to accomplish, but what they tell us what they're trying to accomplish tends to not be what it is. So I wonder, what the hell were they really trying to do? And what is it? Is it related to money laundering? Is it related to hurting the Europeans? You know what I mean? Is it related to like just selling arms and helping the military industrial complex? What is it that they're really trying to do? We talked about this for a second. Canada Prime Minister Trudeau has briefed US President Biden, UK Prime Minister Sunak, and France Macron and his government accused India of involvement in killing Sikh leader on Canadian soil. India will not go unpunished because of BRICS. Now it will be clear to Modi that with the West, you are either a vessel or an enemy. There's no friends. It says, wow, although I'm very upset India for sabotaging Algiers' entry into BRICS at the request of France, maybe this will increase their commitment to BRICS. The West does not understand cooperation. They are only interested in dominating. These countries need India, and India shouldn't cave to their pressure. India should fight for a just, multipolar world devoid of Western hegemony. This one, it says, there's a lot more to the Indian-Canadian dispute than an alleged assassination. Yeah, I really wanted to go into this, but I'm out of time now, so I don't know, I might come back to that tomorrow. President of Brazil speaking at the opening of the UN General Assembly today. It is fundamental to preserve the freedoms of the press. A journalist like Julian Assange cannot be punished for informing society in a transparent and legitimate way.
É fundamental.
And Assange is still going through it. Yeah, man. We punish the whistleblowers. We punish journalism. We don't hold the criminals accountable. We hold the people who tell us about the criminals accountable. This one says, as Biden and the Democrats continue to gaslight the public about the economy, this is the reality for millions of Americans.
Hey, I have a question. How are we affording life right now?
Oh man, this one right here, man. I think we're all in the same boat. I'm definitely feeling it. I'm feeling it. And why aren't we talking about the realities of the economy, the realities of the price gouging, the realities of inflation? The UAW strike is these people are man, the wages haven't kept up with inflation and we're struggling. Meanwhile, the CEOs are taking in $29 million in salary, and we can't even pay for groceries. So this one, it says 2020 putting up $100 worth of groceries, and it's a good amount of stuff. And then it shows the clip 2023, and it's they got some eggs and some meat. And this one, it says being alive is kind of out of my price range right now. God. It says me wondering how I'm even supposed to survive off my $15 an hour when rent alone is almost $1,000, and that's my entire paycheck. Whew. Bring tears to my eyes, I think a lot of people are in that boat, they're, I get paid twice a month, and one of my paychecks, the entirety of it goes to rent alone.
It's to a point where people can't live. This amounted to $100. This isn't even barely anything to feed me for a couple days. You're not budgeting your money.
So the little clip, it said food prices are raising at the highest rate in decades.
Barely anything to feed me for a couple days.
You're not budgeting your money. Oh, you're not doing this. Oh, you're buying coffee. And it's no, I'm literally not doing any of those things.
I live paycheck to paycheck every week because I'm trying to pay every bill that the
Says 61% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck, even as inflation cools.
world is throwing at me right now.
And the government's response to that is, oh, hey, everybody, aliens are real. We don't give a fuck about aliens. We're trying to afford a roof over our head. I refuse to continue living my entire life like this. I'm not going to struggle my entire life.
I'm just really tired of not being able to do the things that I want.
I'm tired too, man. It's like going to work and going to school. The cost of just doing that is basically all I can afford besides paying my bills, you know? And any kind of extracurricular activities do not fit in the budget.
On everything are up, from food, gas, rent. Instead of $60 to fill up your gas tank, it's $140. Instead of 99 cents for eggs, it's fucking $3. Rent's going from $3,000 to $5,000. All that shit adds up, and wages aren't going up fast enough.
It says, for most Americans, real wages have barely budged for decades, you know, and they haven't raised minimum wages since the 90s or whatever. It's $7 or something like that, I think it is, you know. And then we're talking about how much profits all of these companies are making. and the salaries of these CEOs have increased exponentially. You know, they're talking about productivity. They're like, the dude was arguing. He said productivity is down. How can that be if your company is making so much freaking money? Productivity is up. People are producing more, but they're just not getting paid for it.
Aren't going up fast enough.
They just have gone nowhere. So what did most of us have to do, myself included, with the extra $400 a month I was spending on gas? I had to use my credit cards.
And my credit cards are maxed out, man. All I want to do is pay my damn credit card bills. I swear every fucking month I'm like hoping I got a couple of extra dollars so I can put it on my credit card. I swear to God, that's all I really want to do. You know, it's really, 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 really sad. You know, we had the pandemic, greatest transfer of wealth in history, you know, and they used all these excuses. They had supply chain issues and all of this. You had the war in Russia and all of this, saying that's the reason why we have to pay more for gas, so we got to pay more for groceries and so forth and so on. But then the pandemic is over and the prices still stayed the same, you know. It's like, I don't understand why people are not angry and upset about this. It's like these companies are price gouging us and they're making so much money. They're making record profits. How can they do that? If I price gouge somebody during a fucking hurricane for some water or some milk or something, they're going to come and they're going to take me to jail. But the corporations can do it and they get no freaking accountability. They get to go home with a fatter check and buy another yacht.
Even with 3 jobs now, I'm not even going to make a dent on those credit card bills. I seriously want to know what the end game is, because soon we're not going to have any money for anything anymore.
So why the fuck?
And I don't understand, like, even like everybody benefits from you just paying people more, you know, paying people more. They're going to be able to go out more. They're going to go to restaurants. They're going to spend more money on this, that, and the other. It's going to be good for the economy. Why do they want people to be struggling so hardcore? You know, they don't want people to have any kind of life. You know what I'm saying? They're stuck on their jobs. They can't leave their jobs. It's even dangerous to try to apply for another job and try to move to another job, because you're so strapped that if you end up with 2 weeks not pay or your training pay or whatever, puts you in a bind where you end up freaking losing your place.
Are we working so hard to make money for other fucking people to use and steal our income just for us to never see it?
What is the end game? And it's like, I swear they would charge us for oxygen. They would charge us for air if they could, you know? It's like they want to commodify everything. It's the commodification of literally everything. It's this exponential growth idea where, you know, profits over last year, you know, has to improve. Like it's this profit over people idea that, you know, you got to pay. They were talking about negotiating prices for pharmaceuticals, and that got pushed down and pushed out. Like, what problem would anybody have with the government negotiating the prices for pharmaceuticals? We want to have to pay like 3, 4, 5, 10 times as much for our pharmaceuticals that they pay in other countries. Why? You know, who has a problem with this? You know, I really don't understand it. What is the end game? What is it? Like, I don't get it. This profit over people model and how people just defend it. They continue to defend it. And they always defending these corporations. When I make complaints about stuff and I make points about things, they start saying, you know, well, it hurts Walmart or it hurts Amazon. Fuck them. What about your neighbor? What about your friends? What about your family? You know, why do you care so much about Amazon's profits?
I don't know what to do anymore. I don't. I just don't understand. At one point, I thought I had some sort of a purpose.
I'm working just to basically pay bills, just to survive.
it's like there's no hope. It's like it's hopeless when you are just working just to survive, when you just make ends meet every month. Like, it's like, what is the point of doing anything? What's the point of even having a job if it's just for you to live? Like, if it's just for you to pay your bills? Like, it's like, were we born to come on this planet just to pay bills and die? Like, it's so many of us out here who that's all that we're doing. We don't have any opportunity to do literally anything else. Like, that is the purpose of life, is to just pay bills.
Why can't we all collectively come together and agree that we just don't want to do this anymore? If our backs are their table, what do you think is going to happen when we stand up?
Well, we can't collectively come together and decide on a damn thing because we keep arguing about LGBTQ rights and Bud Light and freaking random ass stupid stuff that they put in the media for us to freaking argue about. Meanwhile, we're all struggling. It doesn't matter what your political affiliation is, you still have to buy groceries. It doesn't matter about what your freaking sexual preference is, you still gotta pay rent. You know, like, it's crazy. You got BlackRock and all of these private firms who's buying up all the homes and competing against individual home buyers, and they have liquid cash and they can pay 20, 30, 40% over the freaking price, and they can pay it in cash. You can't compete with that. So then you just pay rent, and you pay rent forever, and your money is just going out of the window and not going towards anything. You're not building anything. Something goes wrong, you get sick, you lose your job, you have a wreck, you're fucking homeless now. Oh, this shit takes my fucking breath away. Let's read some tweet replies. It says greedflation hashtag. It says, this nearly amounts to a crime against Americans. With rising inflation and everything people need, including food, utilities, insurance, etc., since Democrats took over the White House, our lives have become unbearably difficult. Democrats are using tax dollars to fund proxy wars in Ukraine. Visit downtown Los Angeles. It resembles Syrian refugee camps in the Middle East. Democrats are afflictions. So this is a problem because, again, when you start talking about it's the Democrats or it's the Republicans or it's the gay people or it's the straight people or it's the white men or it's, you know, it's the affirmative action or it's the people who's getting abortions or whatever, you're missing the whole fucking thing, okay? Because this shit hasn't just started right now since Biden has been in office, bro. The Republicans were in office just not that long ago, bro. Like, so what? Life was just hunky-dory for everybody 3-4 years ago. People were just good. They had plenty of money to pay their mortgages and so forth and so on. Get all the way the F out of here, man. Realize that who's the real enemy here. It's not, you know, and the damn government doesn't even have that much power, bro. It's them, it's the corporations, it's the corporate greed, it's them. They are the enemy, okay? Like, you got the UAW strike going on. The enemy to them is those three big automakers, okay? This is where the focus needs to be on, not pointing fingers on the Republicans or the Democrats. The Republicans going to come into office next time around and things are going to still be the same. So then what are you going to say then? We have to stop it. We have to stop it with this, okay? The Republicans and the Democrats, fuck that title. It's Americans. It's United States citizens. It's people. It's humans. And we have a problem. And we got to deal with it. We got to fight against it. We can't be saying, oh, it's the Democrats or, oh, it's the Republicans. You know, then it's going to continue. It just keeps on being the same. Stop it with that. Please. Yeah. Tweet reply says, at the UN meeting, there are all but 3 countries voted that food was a human right. The US voted that access to food is a human right. Americans cannot have access to food all day. It doesn't mean they can afford to buy it. Inflation, greed is killing the American people. It says it has nothing to do with Democrats or Republicans, since although they have a slight different speech, their actions regarding the economy is pretty much the same. So the policies that are in place, the things that led us to where we are, is Republicans and Democrats working in tandem on behest of the corporations. It says there's also rising evidence that the grocery stores are colluding with regards to pricing things, and that's why the cost of food has gone up more than inflation. There isn't another explanation for it other than cartelism that ticks all the boxes. So again, back to the corporations, major conglomerates, the monopolies, so they can get in a room together and decide on what the prices are. And it isn't even that complicated for them because it's only a few companies that are running the whole fucking thing. So they go into a back room and they say, hey, you know, we think we can get away with this, so we're going to put the prices at this. Are y'all on board with it? Yeah, we're on board. Let's go. You know, bust up these big ass companies. They're too big. They're too powerful. That is the problem. Every sector has a monopoly. Every sector. It's only a couple of companies that's running the whole fucking thing. Come on. It says, anything special happened to the currency between 2020 and 2023? What is this person getting at? It says, inflation is bad worldwide, not just the US. So how is that Biden's fault? Boom. More importantly, the Inflation Reduction Act, which no Republicans voted for, lowered inflation from 9% to 3%, all while Republicans complain ad nauseum about drag queens. It says, which currency is dominant worldwide? Another one, it says, when we warned you guys about Biden, all you said was Trump is a racist. Well, I know not everyone voted Biden, but yeah, you'll have to wait till 2024 to fix it. No, and that's how it goes. We're like, oh, we'll just wait, and we'll vote next time, and things will change. And then the next cycle comes around, we'll just wait, and we'll just vote, and things will change. We'll just wait, and we'll just vote, and things will change. We'll wait, and we'll just vote, and things will change. One day it'll actually happen. In every cycle, this is the most important election of your life. Next cycle, this is the most important election of your life. Next cycle, this is the most important election of your life. You have to go out and vote. Vote like your life depends on it. Fucking bullshit. And we fall for it every time. It says, really? Then kindly explain to me why 69% of urbanites and 73% of millennials are living paycheck to paycheck. Explain why many Americans have to work 2 or 3 jobs to scrape together enough to survive. After that, you can explain why billionaire classes get doing better than ever. It says, I am once again reminded that a general strike is the only way forward. We have to unite. We have to have solidarity with each other. You know, that's the only leverage that we have is our labor. So we use our labor as leverage, but we can't do it as an individual because they're just going to squash us. So, but that's the reason why in this country they've been smashing out unions. The unions are weak. They're the weakest they've been in forever. And we talk about like the 5-day work week, the 40-hour work week, you know, people had to die for that to happen. You know, the corporations are not going to give away nothing. They want their cake and eat it too. They want the max. They want profit over people. They want the most profit they can possibly make. They don't care who hurts. You know, poor people, kids working in factories and growing up mutated and deformed. They had to fight for that to not be the case. We have to fight again. We have to fight more, or it's going to continue to be the same. We played the clip earlier where the people was talking about having maternity leave or life leave or whatever when someone has a baby. And then you had all those people talking about we don't want handouts. Y'all are so brainwashed. Having maternity leave is a handout? That's why these corporations are winning. So y'all want to defend them. They run the media. They control the media. They control even what gets in the education, what shows up in our textbooks. So they teach us to fucking look out for the corporations and screw over our neighbor and be all about individualism. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. If you are in a messed up position in life, it's your fault. Meanwhile, capital runs the show. The people who have capital was born with it. Another comment says, I don't know what's in those cans at 30s, but doing a quick add up, that doesn't look the cost $100. This video could use some receipts. I think they were exaggerating a bit in the video because I saw that too, where they just showed like some chicken and some eggs for $100. But that's semantics. At the end of the day, you want to just say that, okay, it's a little bit off or whatever, but what is the reality? Is the reality that the box of cereal is much smaller than it was before? The ounces and weight of the cereal is less and the price is more? Is that the truth or not? You know, the price of the eggs, the price of the milk, you know, the bread, the loaf of bread is smaller and the cost is going up. You know, that's what they've done. They trick us in a lot of ways with the packaging. And then, you know, it looks like, so the price stays the same, but the package is smaller. And then you think that they're still not getting you. They're getting you. It's true. It's true. I don't have food stamps. I wish I had some damn food stamps. I go to the grocery store like every other day or so. I spend like 30, 40 bucks or whatever, you know, trying to keep from spending a lot of money, but then it drops me back to the grocery store. And yeah, 40 bucks doesn't get very much out of the grocery store. Hard-earned cash spent on that. Talking about, you know, people are buying avocado toast and $7 coffees, and that's the reason why they're in the position they're in. Bullshit. It says dollar stores are making mega banks these days. What can most afford when wages are stagnant during massive inflation? Well, it's a good business to be in, some kind of dollar stores like those, what is it called? The one that just sells like milk and eggs. What is the name of that store? And it's really cheap or whatever. And those, they're blowing up and they're all over the place now. That market, that way of doing things is really working out because people are struggling so bad. Like at that store, they don't even have like bags for you to put you have to pay for a bag. You have to pay for a cart and all of that, you know, and there's no attendance in there either. Like you scan all your own food and stuff. And all they sell is like a couple of items and the prices are cheaper. So people go to that store. What is the name of it? It's right on the tip of my tongue. But yeah, so it's like, damn, dude, are we in the Great Depression? Are we in World War II? Are we fucking like, it's like wartime fucking scenario for people. Like, It says the government, not our government. Everyone knows it is expresses. Wait, the government, not our government. Everyone knows it and expresses it in this simple way, whether they know it or not. Our government would handle things way differently. Yeah, so the government is bought and paid for by these corporations. They do not work on behalf of the people. And your vote is not going to make a difference because the money that they spend for lobbying, the money that they slide in these Congress people's pockets, like the guy who had $500,000 and gold bars in his house, that, you know, that's how they get what they want. Our vote is not going to be the answer. Look, the next one says vote Trump. That's going to freaking fix our problems. Trump's going to become president and then everything's going to be fine. It says a necessary stage in our transition to authoritarian rule. There can be no policies that mitigate the suffering of the poor until our entire middle and upper middle class is liquidated and pressed into poverty. The policies that help these people stabilize middle classes. Exactly. So, yeah, authoritarian police state, you know, total control. So, I mean, I guess that's what the end game is, right? You know, they don't want people to have autonomy or freedom, because if you have enough money to live and you can pay your bills comfortably, then you got time to learn stuff. You got time to pay attention to politics. You can make decisions and get passports and maybe move to another country. You know, you can push against the authoritarian regime. But if you just live and check to check, struggling just to pay your bills, you don't have time to fight against anything. And they're just going to dictate to you and control you. And there it is. Complete control. New world order. Global domination. Few people have autonomy and all the rest of us are just drones. We're just cogs in the machine. It says, let's come together in a general boycott where we boycott nationally big businesses and refuse to buy anything from them until our demands are fair wage, Medicare for all, reparations, and ending Citizens United, ending fossil fuels, and housing the homeless are met. Yeah, I mean, that sounds great. It says boycott nationally big businesses and refuse to buy anything from them. So, but look, we already don't have any spending power, you know. Boycott them and don't buy anything from their businesses. They're relying on these utilities types of deals, like the stuff that we have to pay for. Like we have to pay for food, we have to pay for electricity, we have to pay for rent, we got to buy gas. You know what I'm saying? That's what they rely on, and all of that other extra stuff. Like we don't even have the money to pay for that stuff anyway. So it's like the poor people are already boycotting all of them. We don't have the money to buy any of that stuff. So that's not work. It's not gonna work. It says, at least we stop Putin from taking over Ukraine, though, and we gotta keep dumping billions into that so Ukraine can have freedom like this. I am right, though. Well, at least there's that. That's what's important. It's very important that to us as American citizens that, you know, Russia doesn't annex Ukraine to become a part of Russia. So we need to sacrifice and make sure that Ukraine is good. You know, us not being able to pay our bills and buy groceries, yeah, I mean, that's secondary to making sure Russia doesn't annex Ukraine. It says it'll get worse because corporate profits are the highest on record, and after years of 0% rate free money in their latest tax cuts, the greed won't stop just because we're struggling to support their shareholders. And they've been doing this thing with the stock buybacks. You know, they're winning. And, you know, it's all about capital, right? So these people are getting more and more capital and they're getting more and more power. And, you know, it's just like a big ball that's getting bigger and bigger, rolling downhill. and picking up speed, you know, to the point where it's not going to be anything anybody can do. The governments won't be able to do anything, you know. They're just lining their pocket. They're getting more and more capital. They have so much capital they could just come in and buy a whole city or buy a whole state and name it after themselves and make up their own laws. It says a president isn't sending instructions to food chains to raise prices. The big businesses do that on their own because they can. Exactly. So what I'm saying, they're like blaming Biden for this or whatever, or blaming the government or whatever. It's the government isn't holding these corporations accountable for anything, and the corporations just do whatever they want. They're the ones who have the power over your life. Who's in office does not matter to them at all. It says the corporate establishment crime syndicate is responsible for the ridiculous inflation that's been happening since Biden took office. BlackRock CEO Larry Fink, who recently joined WEF, is encouraging government officials to print money with no backing. It says, we need protests to force government and media transparency so people can see they aren't alone. Real people and their problems have been removed from the media because our discontent isolated and hidden because the establishment knows it will take nothing for us to rise up. Yeah, so that's what it is, the separation of us in these different groups. You know, when it's what it said, real people and their problems have been removed from the media. So we don't get stories about what's actually happening. People not being able to pay their bills, people, you know, spending so much on food. The media story is some kind of crime rave or whatever, you know, some kind of random thing happening that doesn't have anything to do with you in your life or can change anything or help anything. You know, it's just fluff. It's just talking heads and opinions, you know, that doesn't gonna change anything. It doesn't have anything to do with anything, just total nothingness, you know. The media is a huge part of the problem. They're not gonna talk bad about the corporations because the corporations are the ones that's paying their salaries. It says general strike, 4-day work week, living wage, or 25 base minimum wage. They passed in California that fast food workers have to get paid $20, I want to say. We're going to see what happens as a result of that. And people are going to be like, oh, it's going to be the end of the world. Oh, these companies are going to go out of business, you know. Or, oh, they're just going to fire everybody and make robots do the job. I don't think any of that's going to happen. And all of those talking points come straight out of the corporations. They draw that shit up. They write that. And then you repeat it like a damn ad. You're a damn ad for the corporations. It says, it is useful to note that prices will never go down. The only way to stop this squeeze is for wages to go up or seizing the M of P, which is something both parties are demonstratively against. Demonstratively against. Yep. Both parties. It says full-scale nationwide working class bank run will be the system to a grinding halt. That's something. Just take all your money out of the bank. But see, they got everything set up where you can't do anything without the banks. And we're so dependent. We love to order shit online. You know, we love to order shit, you know, and it's like the only way you can do anything now is with a bank. Like, you're not even a legitimate human if you don't have a bank, because it's going to be so many things that you just can't do. They don't accept cash. Can you pay your mortgage with cash? You know? It says, sounding like it's close to a general strike time to me. Yep. It says abolish the income tax. I guess that's an option, you know. I don't know how much that'll actually help us, though. It'll probably, in the long run, hurt us more than anything, because whatever they're using for the income tax, they'll be like, oh, well, we can't do this and we can't do that now because we don't have the income tax. So, yeah, good luck on making it through them potholes on the freeway. It says Biden economics, though. It says I can only afford half a meal per day, to be honest. It says, thank you for this video. That's what they want to do. Keep people so worried, so oppressed, so overwhelmed. It's hard to think how to collectively fight and push back. Yeah, we can't do nothing because we're just trying to make it to next month. It says they got us all exactly where they want us. Another one, it says, tell us we can eat cake. Let them eat cake. They'll be fine. It says people think this is a new problem. It started with the founding fathers codifying into law all the disparities which keep the wealthy in power. It has just gotten worse over the last 4 years. Constitutional change is the only way out of this. And you have these hardcore constitutionalists who feel like you can't make any changes to the Constitution. It's like, that's sacrilegious. But they made changes to the Constitution right when it dropped. The founding fathers made changes to the Constitution. It was like, oh, you know, we left some stuff out or whatever. And then they had to drop the Bill of Rights. It was incomplete. It was an incomplete document, imperfect document. And I know a lot of people want to have my head for saying that, you know. Now, the Constitution has some good stuff in it. But is it a perfect document? No. Did it plan for 2,000 years later? No. The way that they were thinking, how the world was back then, is the world anything like that now? No. You know, the whole thing with slavery was a part of that. You know, they probably thought slavery would go on forever. It says, just because it's on TikTok doesn't mean it isn't true. Another comment says, this video is so damn sad. General strike is called for in August. We need some buy-in. Couple more and we're going to move on. It says, there's no way that dude's loaf of bread, eggs, chicken, and a few bottles of juice cost him $100. Unless those canned drinks are some kind of fancy shit like $15 each. Even then, it's a stretch. Yeah, I said it earlier, like focusing on that little shit is beside the point. The point is everything does cost a lot. And actually that shit could have been a fucking $100. Absolutely could have been. Another comment says, real poverty has been reality for a quietly growing chunk of the population for the past 27 years. Expect little sympathy today when the better off whine about inflation. It says, that's why homelessness is on the rise. What good is a job that doesn't cover the cost of living? I guess we're supposed to live in a tent in a parking lot at place of work. Family says, just get another job. How many jobs you have to before it's considered ridiculous, disgusting? They're like, you sleep too much. You're like, you could just go get a third job or a fourth job. It's like, you don't need sleep. Just go get 2 hours of sleep. That's all I get. I get 2 hours of sleep and I get up and I go to my other job and I'm good. Everything is fine. You know, the problem is with you. You're not working hard enough. You're not pulling yourself up by your bootstraps. You're lazy. You're sorry. You want handouts. You want freebies. That's why. Like, no, I just want to pay my bills. I'm okay with working. I have to sleep though. Thoroughly brainwashed. They're gutting education more and more and more. They miseducate people. They uneducate people. They don't teach you about economics and How come they don't put that in school? You know, how to pay bills, how to balance your budget. You know, they keep us ignorant and brainwashed as hell. It's easier to control people that don't know shit. I'm about to wrap it. I'm going to do maybe one or two more. This one, it says, Beverly Hills is now effectively a ghost town. What once was a thriving shopping mecca of LA is now a desolate wasteland as high-end shops, banks, and restaurants shutter their doors. You can travel the world and stand in the ruins of once great cultures. You can go to the Colosseum or go to Egypt and see the pyramids. When you visit these places, it makes you wonder, how can a culture be so great to have built this at one point? Now you can see the bones of the decay in California and see what was once great that is now destroyed. It's painful to watch. You know, I think the point that this person is trying to make is probably not where I'm going with this, but we were talking about in the other show about how the downtowns are going out because a lot of people aren't commuting. You know, they're working from home and so forth and so on. And that's having a cascading effect on these office buildings downtown, you know. Anyways, I'm getting tired. Let me play this. Oh, I can't play this. They're going to get me for the song. Sweet Reply says, it was never great, Benny. It was popular. It was desirable. It was aspirational, but never great. Egypt, Rome, Greece, those were great. There is no comparison to be made between enduring historic and brilliant dynasties, despite their awfulness too, in today's tinsel strip malls. It says, I missed the Egyptian moon landing. When was that? Oh, right. You mean the pyramids built by slaves, the Colosseum built by slaves, the Parthenon? Who built that one again? Oh, right, slaves. Western civilization ended slavery and then landed on the moon, invented airplanes and nuclear power. America is exceptional, the greatest there ever was and will be. Okay, make me throw up. Why don't you? How much of America was built by slaves? It says, so sad. I remember when I worked at B. Taylor in the 70s, and as a stock girl, and on my breaks, I would go to Beverly Wilshire Hotel for a sweet roll coffee. Then on lunch, take my portfolio of scarf designs for boutiques to see alone. Rodeo Drive. Anyways, freaking this guy's example of these bougie ass places in LA, like it was always grotesque anyways, and like unsustainable and bougie, overpriced, facade, gilded. It says President Bashir al-Assad is in China in a first official visit since 2004. Those who wanted Assad hanged by terrorists in 2011 are not happy witnessing Syria reemerging from international isolation. Somehow Syria made it through all of that. It's a damn miracle. This one, now how true is this? I was wondering about this. It says, over 20 self-driving taxis have gathered in one spot in Texas, creating a traffic jam. I didn't know we had self-driving taxis here. I don't remember seeing any. Maybe I have and I just didn't notice. So RT posted this, and this seems a little suspicious and weird. Like, what is this about?
Not a single one is male.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like some kind of conspiracy theory type of thing to get people speculating. It says LOA hacked, or they all called taxis at one time. Genius. It says drivers of self-driving taxi protest for better working conditions. Revolution will not be televised. Future is here. Someone is calling them home. This is Black Mirror TV series type thing. AI would take over. Hey, hey. Yeah, I don't really know. That seems like it's probably nothing. I don't know. Weird though. Says just then, the Pentagon has decided to exempt Ukraine operations from potential government shutdown if lawmakers fail to reach a deal by the end of the month. This means tens of billions will continue flowing into Ukraine regardless. Why is that even legal? Now this is something that should get you upset because, you know, the government shutdown could happen. They haven't reached an agreement. And if they don't, we're going to have us another shutdown at the beginning of October. So them worried about the government shutdown made a deal so that the money flowing to Ukraine can continue to go even if the shutdown happens. So the people who work for the government aren't going to be getting their checks. The people who get Social Security won't be getting their checks. You know, the people that, you know, all of this stuff, the government offices are going to be shut down across the nation, but Ukraine is still going to continue to get their money though. That's the important stuff, you know. That's why I say I think that this whole thing is like a money laundering deal, and it's so much money being made out of it. Like they can't let the gravy train stop for a moment. But the American people can suffer, but don't let the freaking money stop flowing to Ukraine though. It says there was a swag bag, more than 1,000 LV duffel bags full of cash waiting for Zelensky. It says, I believe in trickle-down economics, but I was just playing devil's advocate on my reply. It says, Congress needs to stop delegating their authority to unelected government bureaucracy. It says, not to mention the trillions of dollars they've misplaced. It says, don't blame you for being so hateful. Panthers are down horrendous. It says, they're trying to delegitimize the military. It says we need to stop talking about it and start asking one another how to stop it. It says, great, we get to keep paying, they get to go on vacation. It says, wait, the Pentagon can't just decide this. It says, where did they get such authority? It says, here's the thing, it's not, but they know that they'll never suffer any consequences for selling out the American people. It says, he is blackmailing every single one of them. There is no other reason that they are so willing to keep funneling money into his pockets. The other reason is freaking money laundering. It says, Ukraine war is not meant to be won, but it's meant to live on as a money laundering machine. And this is why Pentagon says the money flows no matter what. Who's getting paid off? Why?
Because the goal is not to completely subjugate Afghanistan. The goal is to use Afghanistan to wash money out of the tax bases of the United States, out of the tax bases of European countries, through Afghanistan, and back into the hands of a transnational security elite. That is the goal, i.e. the goal is to have an endless war, not a successful war. So Stop the War Coalition is important because we have to prevent it becoming normal for there to be a constant war. Very soon, within the next few years, it will become the normal for there to be a constant war in the West. people will reach maturity and adulthood under the understanding that there is always a war. And at that point, war will not be something that is unusual or surprising or horrifying. War will become the new norm.
So it's like Ukraine is the new Afghanistan. It's like the whole Ukraine thing kind of revved up after Afghanistan ended, you know. That's crazy, man. I wonder. There goes another one for Trump. So if Trump gets in there, will he stop the Ukraine war? I don't know if he would have the power to do it because there's a lot of levers, but you know, I would definitely hats off and clap for the guy if he was able to pull that off. So we know Biden's not going to do that. It says, yes, like Vietnam and others, you got to talk to military men on the ground. They have said they can fight. They can't fight back unless they get permission from the higher ups. Not there. How can this be allowed? It says laundering. Another one that says it's time we the people close that checkbook. It says wow, can see true democracy now. Hilarious. It says remember when Bush and Cheney became super millionaires after the war in Iraq? How Halliburton got all the contracts to rebuild post-war. Same thing here, just a different country, a different U.S. politician stealing all the money. Yep. So BlackRock has deals to rebuild Ukraine afterwards. It says the Pentagon should be concerned about what is happening on our southern border and treating it like they would if it was a marching army crossing our border. I should say they might stop an invading army, but then again, they might not. See, and like the border argument is another one of those ones that get everybody all emotional and talking about or whatever. But those people coming over, how does that affect you paying your mortgage, paying your rent, buying food? Answer me that. You know, how does that affect inflation? Answer me that. You know, the real issues is that, not that. Not to say it's not a problem or something that shouldn't be dealt with or whatever. It's just that it's put up higher in the priority. You know, it's triaged much higher than it should be, you know, because again, the corporations continue to win. You know, we're arguing about and putting all our energy in this thing going on at the southern border instead of putting our energy against these corporations and stopping them from screwing over us. Oh, y'all. Let's see. Do I want to do one more? One more. It says, Ukraine is a money laundering center of the U.S. military-industrial complex, a laboratory for bioweapons and experimentation, a project for the fourth industrial revolution, and keyhole to threaten Russia. What it isn't is a democracy. It says, today the Clinton Global Initiative announced their very own program to rebuild Ukraine. U.S. is sending the World Bank $25 billion. Then the World Bank is sending money to the Clintons, and then the Clintons are sending it to Ukraine. Joe Biden has also appointed a Democrat mega donor to be the Ukraine Reconstruction Czar. Her qualifications, she's a billionaire heiress who bankrolled Obama's election. But don't you dare ask where our $100 billion of aid went, because the Ukrainian army, American disinformation czar, said asking questions is treasonous. This is the same Julian Assange clip. It's got to be an old clip because he's talking about Afghanistan, and it's like Afghanistan is not a thing no more. So, but hold on. What are they saying?
The true winner in any war is always the war machine. But we're just not talking about defense contractors. War profiteers come in different shapes and sizes. WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange says endless wars are the goal.
the goal is not to completely subjugate Afghanistan. The goal is to use Afghanistan to wash money out of the tax bases of the United States, out of the tax bases of European countries, through Afghanistan, and back into the hands of a transnational security elite. That is the goal, i.e. the goal is to have an endless war, not a successful war.
War can be noble, but also a business opportunity. So today, Ukrainian President Zelensky told the United Nations what it wanted to hear.
Humanity is failing on its climate policy objectives. This means that extreme weather will still impact the normal global life, and some evil state will also weaponize its outcomes. When islands and countries disappear underwater, and when tornadoes and deserts are spreading into new territories, and when all of this is happening, one unnatural disaster in Moscow decided to launch a big war.
What country is disappearing underwater? And his country's getting shelled to death and he's begging us to buy electric cars? Sounds like he's just trying to consolidate Western support for Ukraine by speaking their language and appealing to their green god. Joe Biden approves this message.
I asked the United States Congress for additional funds to expand World Bank financing by $25 billion. If you allow Ukraine to be carved up, is the independence of any nation secure? I'd respectfully suggest the answer is no. It's not only an investment in Ukraine's future, but in the future of every country.
So we have to save the future of the world by saving Ukraine. That is the message. Save democracy, the environment, and the children. And once you say those magic words, the Clintons appear. Today, just 5 minutes from the United Nations, the Clinton Global Initiative announced their very own program to rebuild Ukraine. In other words, the Clintons have found their new Haiti.
Do we really believe we can make the future better for ourselves and others or not? Doesn't matter if I'm rich and famous and powerful, I can still make a difference, and I can't let anything stand in my way.
Then came Hillary, 1-2 punch.
I believe their fight is our fight, their fight for freedom. So we have to stay with the Ukrainians, and it is really important not to push them to negotiate when, number one, the person you negotiate with is not trustworthy. You cannot trust anything he says.
Diplomat Hillary doesn't want a peace summit. Why rebuild half the country when you can rebuild the whole country years later? They're calling it the Clinton Global Initiative Ukraine Action Network, in a salute to Al Sharpton, whose charities never dodge taxes. Early investors include actor Matt Damon.
Hold on, let me address these comments on Rumble. He said, Trump will stop the Ukraine war. I hope so. He says, inflation is simply an increase in money supply. The more you borrow, the more you print, the less money is worth, hence inflation. Anyone that buys DC's BS on inflation is a fool. So so the more you borrow, the more you print, the less money is worth. And so it's like, strapping us with debt is like another way to control. Debt is control. The more we're in debt, the more they can control us, and that's part of what they're doing. And then it's making the money worthless. It doesn't. It's not backed on anything. It doesn't have any. It's like, and that's probably why they spend so much money on the military. Because the strength of our military holds up the dollar and forces people to use it, and the money flows into these other countries or whatever, and that's what gives it its strength and its value, So, but he said the cost of war in Ukraine is a lower standard of living for the entire world. It's criminal bullshit. Lower standard of living for the entire world. Yeah, so that's what's happening. I mean, we're all having a lower standard of living. My whole thing I've been crying about the past hour is about how much it costs for us to get groceries. So, that's a lower standard of living because, we're living check to check and we're just making enough just to pay our bills or whatever. It's like, oh, you live in the greatest country in the world, the richest country in the world, but you can't even go to a restaurant and, you know, get dinner. You're eating sandwiches and peanut butter and jelly and tomato soup. So yeah, that's what they want. They want this totalitarian state. You know, they want to control us. And, you know, that's why we're in debt. That's why I owe on my credit cards. You know, that's the reason why I owe student loans. You know, not that I could have made better decisions. You know, I can say that. But overall, you know, they control the hell out of us with this debt. You know, we don't have any way. We can't move. We don't have any autonomy.
Liv Schreiber, the Ford Foundation, and of course, Airbnb. Also, the World Bank is in bed with the Clinton Ukraine Action Network. So what did Joe Biden just tell us? The U.S. is sending the World Bank $25 billion, and then the World Bank is sending the money to the Clintons, and then the Clintons are sending it to Ukraine. Now, if you think the Clintons are the only profiteers feasting on the proxy war, you're wrong.
Yeah, man. So that sounds like shadiness, like I was saying, with the damn money laundering, and you have all of these hands in the pot. So when all this money is moving around, you know, going to Ukraine, going to the military industrial complex, all of my buddies, the independent contractors, all of the GMO, the NGOs, you know, all of these different organizations making freaking loot out of it. And it's really just coming out of the pockets of the American taxpayers. You know, we're funding all of these people to get rich. You know, that's where the money is going. And, you know, that's what's happening.
Joe Biden just appointed a Democrat mega donor to be Ukraine reconstruction czar.
We are pleased to extend a warm welcome to Penny Pritzker, former Secretary of Commerce, who was named by President Biden as the special representative for Ukraine's economic recovery.
So how is Penny Pritzker qualified to rebuild Ukraine? Well, she's a billionaire heiress of the Pritzker family who founded Hyatt Hotels and who bankrolled Obama's election. And in return, Penny was named Commerce Secretary, where she just happened to travel to Ukraine at least 3 times, hand-delivering the billion-dollar loans that Biden leveraged to get the prosecutor fired. Guess who she brought with her to Ukraine? Hyatt Hotel executives, you know, the company she owns. Also the DuPonts, the Delaware chemical tycoons who sponsor Joe Biden. Penny is the perfect czar.
So after the Ukraine war, you know, it's going to be all of these American companies are going to go up over there and make a killing. You know, they're going to have a monopoly on whatever different sectors. They're probably making all of those decisions right now. And it's like, you know, hotel industry or whatever, the restaurant industries or, you know, the construction industries, you know, go down the list, utilities. They're talking about the electric vehicles. You know, it's going to be these American private companies that's going to, you know, benefit from all of that.
We already know BlackRock's got the contract for reconstruction already. They announced that, 4 months ago, 5 months ago?
Exactly. So it'll be all of the usual suspects, you know, all of the usual suspects, their names are going to be the ones that are going to benefit from this situation.
This gravy chain doesn't stop there. Head of the teachers unions, Randy Weingartner, has taken a keen interest in a war zone.
In the last year, I've been in Ukraine 3 times, I and several of my other officers. And what we have attempted to do is to support children's education and support democratic principles. Because at the end of the day, if we do not do that in Ukraine, what happens to the rest of the world?
Your children's schools are crumbling, but Randy wants to rebuild Ukraine's schools. And why has the American Teachers Union president been to Ukraine more than Chicago?
Come on. Yes, that's a very good point. He's like, United States schools, the public schools are crumbling.
Has she been to Houston at all?
You know, and
so at all, where they literally gave control of an entire district over to the state government?
Exactly. So, what's important to us as American citizens and as American taxpayers is the school system in Ukraine. Like that's really high on our priority list where our tax dollars should be going. Screw our kids. Let's make sure the Ukrainian kids have.
Of course it is, because the politicians tell you it is.
Fucking crazy.
We'll never know exactly what Randy, Penny, and Hillary are doing there, and that's the point. We're not even allowed to ask exactly where our $100 billion of aid we sent went. The Ukrainian army's disinformation czar says asking questions is treasonous. The czar's name's Sarah. Sarah is transgender. Sarah is an American. Ohio Senator J.D. Vance asked the Pentagon if she's an intelligence operative because clearly something's going on here. Senator Vance asked because Sarah fled our country to fight in Ukraine, so is she on the CIA payroll or what? Simple question. Why is an American trans man the spokesman for the Ukrainian military? Is this a psyop to rattle the Russians? Or is this a transgender disinformation are the perfect person to execute the propaganda war? And if we ask these questions, Sarah says, we are creating gender chaos.
Senator Vance recently asked the U.S. Director of National Intelligence, along with the Secretaries of State and Defense, if I was working in some capacity for the American government. Simply put, I'm an American serving as a Ukrainian infantry soldier and combat medic in the dual role of spokesperson and Russian disinformation analyst. The remaining speculation surrounding me is disappointing. While in Ukraine, we are fighting for global liberty and the ideology of victory, too many in Moscow and across the world are still caught up in focusing on the tired trope of gender chaos.
Russian disinformation analyst. What the F? And then, the question about being a CIA or something like that, it sounds like what that would be. I mean, otherwise, what is the explanation for this? What is going on?
The answer to three groups of people: my Ukrainian commanders, the Ukrainian people, and the American taxpayer.
Oh, the American taxpayer.
Wait, let me take that back.
Asked the U.S. Director of National Intelligence, along with the Secretaries of State and Defense, if I was working in some capacity for the American government. Simply put, I'm an American serving as a Ukrainian infantry soldier and combat medic in the dual role.
I'm an American serving as a Ukrainian combat medic. How does that work?
Of spokesperson and Russian disinformation analyst. The remaining speculation surrounding me.
Commission in the American military. She's given up her position in the American military to become a private in the Ukrainian military, where she serves in the infantry as a combat medic. They could have been a little more clear about that. And Wise, yeah, that water from Rumble, that water in Flint, Michigan, technically they can drink it, but the problem is the chlorides are so high and the corrosion is so high in a bunch of pipes that they're still getting lead and corrosives out of it. So while technically it's safe, nobody likes to drink it. Kind of like the water here in Houston.
Yeah, I think his point is that we're concerned with what's going on in Ukraine and them having freaking schools or whatever, and freaking
Well, I mean, Africa, we offered to put schools there, and that's why they're kicking us out, because of what we're trying to teach. It's like we don't care about who goes to what bathroom. We care about teaching our kids how to build factories, how to build wealth, how to, become better, more financially responsible, more independent as people and humans and a country. We don't need to worry about bathrooms and everybody getting a trophy.
Yeah, but I think his point is like, what about us? I mean, we care so much about what's going on in Ukraine. We can't even get fresh, clean drinking water. We might as well be a third world country.
100 billion for Ukraine in the last 3 months, 10 million for Maui. Yeah, we know what priorities are.
Yeah, zero for me.
But I'll bet you if BlackRock had a construction company on the Hawaiian Islands, we would have sent a whole lot more money.
Is disappointing. While in Ukraine, we are fighting for global liberty and the ideology of victory, too many in Moscow and across the world are still caught up in focusing on the tired trope of gender chaos. I only answer to 3 groups of people: my Ukrainian commanders, the Ukrainian people, and the American taxpayer.
Oh, the American taxpayer. So we're paying Sarah's salary. Now, last time I checked, if you're paying someone's salary, you get to ask whatever you want. And when Sarah, Hillary, Randy, and Penny...
How does that work? I mean, this is really, I got the why and I got the how does it work. So, you know, she's working as a disinformation analyst or whatever for Ukraine, a medic for Ukraine, and then but she's paid by the United States.
And get together, we have a lot of questions. Let's now bring in Ohio Senator J.D. Vance. So you've been scolded by the transgender Ukrainian American taxpayer-funded disinformation czar, Senator. Do you feel, rightfully humbled?
Well, okay, they're going to go into the I think we got the information now. I don't care about them talking heads' opinions, and then they're focusing on the transgender part of it. But this whole thing is a fucking mess. That's just one more factor of the mess.
And I'm sorry, that picture looks absolutely nothing like that person that was talking a minute ago.
Yeah, they're good at taking pictures.
That's an awesome filter.
Yeah. Yeah. Really good at taking pictures.
It's the perfect kind of spokesman situation out there, because anytime any fact is going to be questioned about that person right there, well, you're questioning what they've got to say. Oh, well, you're a transphobe.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter. They don't have to answer to your transphobia. It's the perfect kind of segue to be able to just, oh, well, anything I don't want to answer, anything you accuse me of, it's because you're a hater.
Right. So, and then the other one was she said, if you ask questions, then it's treasonous. So you're a treasonous trans hater if you ask any questions about this situation.
Oh, that means we must have been there on January 6th. Oh, God.
Let me read it.
Better watch out where we spent our credit card, where we bought Starbucks that day.
Yeah. Let me, because then they'll just add us to some RICO charge. Let me read a tweet reply. It says, interesting aside, Joe wants to send $25 billion to the World Bank. Now the World Bank allows China to designate itself a developing country. What does that mean? China can take out low interest and even zero interest loans, then turn around and lend that to truly developing nations at usurious rates. The World Bank is a pyramid scheme, and American taxpayers are at the bottom of it. Yeah. Shady. Let me see. It says massive global corruption from fiat confidence game. BTC is the solution. I don't know about that. It says just another camouflage way of acquiring moving money. Same old song and dance to buck the game. It says Joe China Biden protecting his interests or just making money. This one, it says you can see the transfer of wealth in any city in China. This is Shenzhen 1980 versus 2013. So what are they trying to say with this? They're trying to say the United States funded this? No way. How come it couldn't just be China developing their own country? I don't get that. Another one that says, why do we need a World Bank? Can we not just print our own money and say it's valued this much against your currency? Where does the World Bank get its money from to give to other nations? Is there a universal bank? Yeah, the World Bank is definitely, like that other guy said, a pyramid scheme. It says the World Bank is a washing machine at this laundromat. Another one that says, I have no proof, but I'm convinced we are working with China, Russia, and other countries. How else could all these leaders pronounce New World Order if all countries weren't cooperating? Treason. Also, countries like Turkey who refuse to cooperate get earthquaked. I mean, that's a good point, but it's not the government that's working with these different countries like that. It's not the government of these countries working together. It's the private capital that's working together. And what I be saying all the time, these multinational corporations don't give a damn about a country. They don't give a damn about nationalities or whatever. It's wherever I can make the most money, wherever I can do the best deals, wherever, I can get the most profit. They don't have no loyalty to the United States or to China or to Russia or whoever, That's the thing. And that's what I think people forget. They sell this nationalism to us, and we are all on this nationalism boat. And at the same time, these corporations are not. You know what I mean? They'll take the money from the United States. They'll take the money from the taxpayers or whatever and say we're looking out for the American people. But at the end of the day, they don't give a damn. That's the reason why they can ship the jobs to another country, ship the production to another country or whatever, sell to another market and wherever. It doesn't matter. Like, yes, they're working together. You have this new world order or this global thing that's going on, but it's not the governments working with the other governments. It's private corporations working with other private corporations who don't care where their home soil, their home base is. It doesn't mean anything.
I know people that will beat you down or even kill you if they know you got a few $100 in your pocket and they think they can get by with it. Who's going to stop these people from fleecing everyone for when millions are on the table? And these guys do it way better than someone walking up with a gun. They come walking up with a pen and a lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
And it don't matter. I mean, there's even jokes in comic books where, they'll make up the big bad guy as this mouse-like corporation. And it's like, oh, well, we can't even hint at the name. But why? Well, because even Marvel can't handle their lawyers, even though they are their lawyers now. I mean, in the long run, it's, if you notice the people that are getting rich, a lot of them are lawyers because they can help manipulate the laws in their own favor.
Let me read a comment from the Rumble chat. He says, what about us? Again, exactly. The federal government's primary and only responsibility is to us. This is more than a failure of civic responsibility. It's criminal negligence. Yeah, I mean, for and by the people is what the government's supposed to be, but it's not. And then what happens is they have really good as, what do you call it? Like how they sell it to the American people that it's good for us to send money to Ukraine or whatever. And then the people believe it, they go with it. They're like, this is good for the world and this is in turn good for us and it keeps us safe and it's democracy and all of this, keep America safe, a bunch of bullshit. And, they make it seem like they're working for the American people when they're absolutely not, they're not. They're looking out for themselves and their buddies And that's the reason why these people move from being a politician to being a lobbyist to being a CEO of a corporation, like, and back and forth again. You know, that like let's say your job was I don't know, Secretary of State or something like that, and you were working with China's whatever, the foreign minister related to literally whatever. And then after you get off of your job as Secretary of State, then you go work over there in China with the same people that you had developed relationships with when you were in office. And that's how it goes. The whole time they were looking out for their themselves and their friends and their family. They was never looking out for the American people. They didn't get that job to represent the American people. Like, and they sell us the bullshit, and the people believe it. It's so sad. It's corruption. You know, get some people to help out of there. Get some people in there that, that really do care.
Right before she left for Taiwan, her husband dropped a very, very large chunk in two major tech companies and chip production companies. And then she goes over there and swings some sort of chip production deal for the government, that all of a sudden the things that he invested in just happened to get a nice little 20-30% jump.
Speaking of time, go ahead.
I'm actually surprised she's even bothering to go back into politics right now. I mean, once you're past a couple of $100 million, isn't it enough?
Yeah, what is the point? But I bet you the reason why is because, you know, her husband, you know, the stuff, he needs those stock tips. He needs that insider information that she can have access to with being in the office. Because I thought about it when we were talking about it in the other show about her running again, and I'm like, what the hell is the reason for that? And the conclusion I came to was those stock tips. You know what I mean? That insider information. Her husband was like, man, go, you're gonna cut our gravy train down. Go ahead and get in there and keep feeding me that information so that I can make these stock moves.
So either that or those pill sheets, whatever pill she's on, are so friggin' expensive that you can only get them good on that congressional health care that they get, but no one else can.
Yeah, and you know, greed has no bounds. You know, your brain doesn't work the same way. Like you know, you just want more, and it's never enough. You know, it's like, you know, to us, like you get $100 million and I'm good. I'm like, I'm good. I got $100 million. I don't really care. Like for them, it's like, shit, I need $500 million. I need $800 million. I need $1 billion. I need $2 billion. I need $3 billion. You know, I want to be able to park my boat inside my boat and fly off my and make sure I got a helicopter pad on top of there that can land then I can land my private jet on the aircraft carrier or some shit.
That way I can get to the meeting about global warming a whole lot quicker.
Exactly. So speaking of Taiwan, let's do this one real quick. I'm gonna have to wrap it. It's 4 a.m. It says, this is such a brilliant speech. The U.S. is using Taiwan to create needless and highly dangerous conflict, Scott Horan says. Truth. And listen to the audience reaction and people get it. It's politicians and journalists who appear to be utterly blind to this. And again, with the politicians, we like to give them and say that they're ignorant all the time. And I don't buy that. And the same thing with the journalists. And it's like, they know what they do. And it's, you know, they have to do what they do to make their money or whatever. In the case of the journalists, if you make news stories that go against the corporations, that really inform the people, you know, then you're not gonna have a job, you know, and they may even kill you, you know. you know, and it's like that with the politicians. Like, they're doing what they're doing because that's what they have to do, and they play ignorant, you know.
We are picking a fight with China. It's the same thing over Taiwan. The same people that say that Ukraine has every right to invade and conquer their breakaway provinces in the Donbass, and that Russia has no right to protect the independence of the Donbass, are the same people that say that China has no right whatsoever to retake their renegade province, Taiwan, and we have every right to play the role of Russia in guaranteeing the independence of that breakaway province. Which just goes to show you that the rules-based liberal international order of law and cooperation is a lie. That it's purely the American empire and its interests at stake. And, you know, people talk about the threat of somebody like Xi or Putin using nukes. What about somebody like Joe Biden using nukes? I asked you to imagine the loss of a few battleships or even an aircraft carrier to the bottom of the Pacific. And what do you think Joe Biden or even, you know, Marco Rubio or whoever in his same position would do with the loss of thousands of sailors? The loss, a war that would make Afghanistan and Iraq look like nothing, where we're losing thousands and thousands and thousands of sailors and airmen and aviators every day. We would go to nuclear war, and it would be the end of the world. Over Taiwan, you've got to be kidding me. It's wrong. It's crazy, and it's wrong. And the more that we arm up Taiwan and create this situation, again, we're calibrating the weapons to deter China from invading. No, we're provoking them. America's arming up of Taiwan is why China has armed up now an invasion force and is prepared to invade. We need to back the hell out of there now.
Yeah, you can't speak, you can't talk all logically and shit. You know, there ain't nobody trying to hear that. That's not how you make money. You know, it's like go hard or go home. It's like, you know what I mean? Yeah, I'm trying to make money. All this stuff you talking, all that logic stuff you talking is like, you know, I ain't trying to hear that. Let me read the comment from Rumble. He says, "Do we elect or uniparty?" I can't read this because okay, it says the system purposefully is a barrier to entry for all but their chosen, complex, anti-constitutional, and controlled by corporate money. I agree with that completely. The system purposefully is a barrier to entry for all but their chosen. You know, you know, the good old boy, my buddy, you know, if you're not going to work for, you know, the powers that be, if you're not going to, you know, do the bidding of, you know, of the corporations, then you're not going to get in there. And that's the reason why it costs so much for you to run an election too. If they just took the money, you know, out of the politics, if it was like anybody could run for office and it wasn't based on how much money they raised, then that's how they choose the people, you know. And, you know, they have the meetings and they sit down and they chop it up with them. We're going to support your campaign and make sure you get in there, do all that we can to get you in there. Once you get in there, though, you know, you got to make sure you take care of us. We're going to take care of you. You're going to take care of us, you know. Not only that, it's also like you have this family type of thing that happens related to who gets to get in there, you know. Like I say, my buddy, my uncle, my son, you know, it's a lineage thing that's related to that also, you know, because certain people are part of a class and certain people are not. So if you're a part of the class, then you can be involved in it. Remember, Doc, we did the what was it? It was this school that like everybody went to, and it didn't matter which side of the aisle they were on. They all went to this school. What was it? I'm trying to remember. It was a school that all of these people went to, and they all became like leaders, you know, political leaders and CEOs and
the WFO, I believe. the World Financial Organization or whatever
Yeah.
that is.
Yeah. That was it.
Even Putin was one of them.
Yeah, so that just goes with what this guy is saying. He says, do we elect? He says, the system purposely is a barrier to entry for all but their chosen. Complex, anti-constitutional, and controlled by corporate money. Yep. Anyways, man, I gotta get out of here. You want to make some? Let's see. Is there some tweet replies on this? It's worth reading. Because he's talking about the China
I want to
thing.
say World Bank Group, but I might be wrong on that.
He's talking about the China thing, and it's all like in the media, they keep telling us, it's China's aggression. They're not talking about the United States aggression, and pushing us towards a war with China, and the stuff that we are doing, it's all about what China is doing and, acting like we're the victims and we're just retaliating to China or whatever. And then the point he made about Taiwan, how we are on one side of this situation when it comes to Ukraine, but then on the opposite side when it comes to Taiwan. Because he said it's not about what they're actually saying, it's about, United States interests and what benefits the United States. That dictates what side we are on the things, not the morality or whatever, or what's right. A couple tweet replies. It says, Nuri, they're not blind to it. They're the ones intentionally causing and creating the situation. That's what I'm
World
saying.
Economic Forum.
Yeah, that was it.
WEF.
Yeah. That's crazy, man. I wish I could go to that World Economic Forum and get educated on some of that shit. Maybe I'll become a world leader.
You got to have things to get involved in that.
Yeah.
The money or the dirt on somebody that has money.
Yeah, and then it's all about your family members too. Like, who was your dad? Who was your grandfather? Who was your great-grandfather?
What potential do you have in your government to become somebody?
Yep. This one, it says, brilliant, Scott Horton. The people aren't blind to this, but the politicians and journalists are. The audience applause says it all. It says, good points, but I take issue with his final point that China is preparing to invade Taiwan. There is no evidence of this, and China's military spending has remained less than 2% of GDP for many years. USA is currently over 3%, though plans to reduce to 2.8 by 2033. It says, I think I remember Chinese media saying that Ukraine and Taiwan were complete different. The rules-based order is a lie. Another one says, it's a money laundering scam like their healthcare, education, and real estate. The rich inflate the prices until every dollar of disposable income of workers are spent on their assets. Yeah, we don't have any disposable income. That's what I was talking about earlier. Anyways,
I've learned as long as you're in, if you're in debt $1,000 and you got $1,000 in your pocket, you don't have any money.
Yeah.
They say you do, and financial advisor can prove me wrong, literally, but that's the way I've always lived. And I think America needs to do that for a little bit too. I mean, we've spent, ever since 9/11 and before, we have been spending like a kid with the very first credit card.
And we got another.
And now we're hurting.
You know, we got another possible government shutdown looming the 1st of October. They haven't come into agreements with the new budget proposal yet. It's looking like we're definitely heading to another one of those fights, and they're going to have to make some deals.
The two sides are taking turns screwing the whole thing over. I mean, one side go, oh, well, we want this and we're not going to budge. Okay, well, we'll budge on this, but we're not going to budge on this anymore. Oh, well, that doesn't work. So, and I mean, it's just like, really? I'm sorry. First thing that needs to be done, one, take the money to pay off all of our interest in the debts that we've got from our loans, pay all that interest off, drop 10 or 20% down on that, and then figure out what we're going to do with the rest. And no offense, I'm wholly on the why is the United States government one of the largest employers in the country? That does not make sense to me.
Well, and none of them gonna get their checks if the government shuts down.
Yeah, they will. That's not what that's. There's a lot of stuff that goes on when all of that happens, but it's a long time before people don't get checks.
Yeah, and they want cuts to social programs, and that's what they're talking about. And the Democrats are like, no, and that's where the negotiations are right now. So, but then, you know, we can send all this money to Ukraine, but we can't seem to, you know, decide on a damn budget to keep from the government shutting down.
Well,
you know, they said
a lot of the defunding of some of those social programs we're trying to cut back on a lot of stuff that was increased during the lockdown. And then other things are still going around. There's a whole lot of restructuring that wants to be done, that if they don't do it, there's going to be these social programs are going to be running out of money. Because they've been using these social programs as their personal piggy bank for whatever legislation they want to do. Do you realize every single one of these impeachment processes that have gone on, all the way, we'll start with Clinton, because starting with him, you know where the money for these impeachment hearings has been coming from for the most part? Out of Social Security.
Well, you know what money is not going to slow down. They made a deal that even if the government shuts down, they're going to still be sending that money to Ukraine. The government shutdown won't stop that gravy train. Anyways, y'all, I got to get out of here because I work all day tomorrow. We're at just about 5 hours. And it's after 4. I gotta try to get some sleep. I'm probably gonna chill for a few minutes and wind down. I got pretty damn emotional when we was talking about the profit over people stuff. I mean, the people over profits, like the everybody's struggling to pay their damn bills, and that's not even what the media is talking about, like, at all.
Well, you know, at one point in time, the corporations realized that long-term profits were better than every penny possible. And now that they've wiped out half of the middle class, or 3/4 of the middle class, and probably 40 to 60% of the mom and pops across the country, now it's a race again to get all of that loose money, to get all that money that people are spending underneath the corporate banner instead of the mom and pop banners.
Yeah, I don't know what their end game is. When people can only pay for utilities and they can only pay for rent and stuff, like, that can't be good for the economy, you know? It's like, I guess and rich people don't spend money. You know, only people at the bottom, us poor folks, are the ones that spend money. We're the ones who drive the economy. You know, rich people don't spend money. That's why they're rich. They flip money. They invest it. They don't go shopping on Amazon every freaking week like us.
No, they borrow money at 2 and 3%, invest it in things that give 8 to 6 to whatever percent, and then they pay it off slowly as they're banking that 6% on those millions of dollars and stuff like that. So all they're doing is making more money to turn around to borrow to make more money. Meanwhile, everyone else is paying and this is where they get into, they're loaning all this money out like banks and stuff for higher interest than they're borrowing against. So it's literally free money to them.
And we have a consumer-based economy. So who's going to buy all of this stuff that they produce? If everybody is struggling just to buy groceries.
Well, China's sure not, because that's where it's all being made right now. And they don't want to buy their own products.
Because it's trash. Freaking yeah, I don't know what they're planning to do. Like, what the hell? Like, you know, what is the end game?
In game, financial slavery for the common man. Instead of earning a salary, you will be working to pay off your debt, which you accumulate when you're born, what you owe the state. And you'll have money detracted from your salary and anything you make, taxes, until the day that you die. And then everything that you make along the way is going to be taxed, both when you get it, then when you spend it. I mean, that's how it is. And at some point in time, when you're in your older age and stuff like that, you finally break even. If you're lucky, you've got a house, a car, and hopefully enough life left in you that you get to do a couple of things.
Fucking slavery. Everybody gonna be a slave. Literally everyone. If you're not part of the owner class, then you're a slave. Anyways, y'all, peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. Yeah.
Good comment, Wise. Good comment.
Yeah, great
The
comments.
end game is sinister. They think the world is overpopulated, and they're hell-bent on downsizing the global population.
So I guess that's what it is. They want us to starve to death. We don't have enough money to pay for groceries, so that's one way to get us up out of here. Make less people. Anyways, y'all, thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. I think the second half of the show was actually pretty good. It started off kind of stale. I'll be back tomorrow.
I've been driving 10 hours. I was driving 10 hours straight today. I was sitting there nodding before I got on, like, oh wait, shit, I need to be on there.
Well, thank you for joining. Yeah, so how's that working for you? You got the new car and all of that. Making
It's
some
cool.
money.
It's neat. I make about the same as I do on an average night as a server. $15 an hour, give or take a little bit. I'm going to have to pull like 20% off the top of that to cover taxes and gas and stuff like that. So, about $12 an hour, give or take a little bit. But, this is my first couple of days. I'm not efficient. I'm not good at it. I'm only working Lyft right now.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you, man, I'm avoiding downtown like crazy.
Yeah.
You pick up a ride every couple of minutes. I mean, it's just bam, bam, bam. but you got to drive around like 18 buildings to pick them up, even if they're like a block away. And then oh man, I was wanting a cigarette. I was wanting a cigarette so bad while I was driving.
Yeah.
See, I smoke about 5 cigarettes a day, all at the end of the night.
Yeah.
You know, while I'm doing stuff online, and I'll tell you, I can cut off a piece of straw and was chewing on it after about an hour of being stuck downtown. Otherwise, they were going to hear the fact that I can cuss in multiple languages.
All right, man. I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna be back tomorrow. All right.
Cool. Looking forward.
Peace and love.
Everybody.